Chapter 1268. The expressions on everyone's faces could not help but be startled when they saw the black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. Soon after, when everyone from both sides regained their senses, two different expressions shockingly surfaced on everyone's faces. The faces of those from the burning flame valley were naturally filled with wild joy when they saw Xiao Yang's return. They had personally witnessed the latter's frightening fighting strength. As long as Xiao Yang was present, the so-called Origin King experts from the two sects were simply useless. On the contrary, when the two sects saw Xiao Yang appear, everyone's faces involuntarily revealed a terrified expression. The scene from a month ago once again surfaced in their minds. Compared to the people from the burning flame valley, they undoubtedly had a greater understanding of Xiao Yang's frightening fighting strength. After all, they had personally experienced it. To them, it was already extremely fortunate to be able to survive under Xiao Yang's heavy hammer. How would they dare to face him again? Now that they saw the return of this killing god, everyone's bodies unconsciously retreated. This comical scene caused many experts from the burning flame valley to reveal mocking expressions on their faces. At the same time, a smile surfaced on the old face of the burning sky ancestor who was high up in the sky when he saw Xiao Yang's return. With Xiao Yang's return, the pressure in his heart had naturally decreased a little. At the very least, he had some confidence in his heart when he faced these fellows from the Ghost Hall. Even though he did not know why, as long as Xiao Yang was present, he would feel that there was still a chance for everything to turn around. People like you will always have this hateful appearance that is neither human nor ghost. If I don't get rid of all of you, I'm afraid that this continent will never be peaceful. Xiao Yang clenched his hand in the air and a large, pitch-black ruler immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, a sharp aura also spread out from within his body, forming a tornado around him that swept outwards. HMPH, sharp-tongued brat. If it was not for your sudden attack the last time, the burning flame valley would have been destroyed long ago. However, this time around, there will not be so many accidents. Ren Fu let out a cold snort upon seeing this. His eyes swept towards the people from the Ghost Hall. This time around, Xiao Yang would naturally not need to worry as long as they were present. He did not even need to worry about ancestor Fen Tian. As for the experts from the burning flame valley, it would naturally be difficult for them to survive once he attacked. However, the expert from the Ghost Hall by the side suddenly let out a surprised cry just as Ren Gui's voice sounded. The scarlet eyes that landed on Xiao Yang flickered slightly as he said in a surprised voice, "What are you talking about? 9-star Origin King? Didn't you say that you're an 8-star Origin King? How come it's only been a month? Oh, all of you have really investigated me thoroughly. I was indeed an 8-star Origin King a month ago. However, that was a month ago. Now, I am at the peak of the Origin King realm." An extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out of Xiao Yang's body the moment his voice sounded. The powerful aura caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. Even Ren Tian involuntarily widened his eyes. This aura might not be able to threaten him, but Xiao Yang had actually raised his cultivation from an 8-star Origin King to the peak of the Origin King class within a month. This training speed was a little too frightening. Xiao Yang's expression changed when he heard this. "Good brat, you have actually broken through again." It was only at this moment that the burning sky ancestor sensed the change in Xiao Yang's aura. He could not help but laugh out loud, and his face was filled with joy. Now, no matter who broke through in the burning flame valley, it was a great thing, not to mention that Xiao Yang's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the Origin King realm. If combined with his powerful fighting strength, he might even be able to fight against an Origin King expert. This was another great help. "I'm sorry, that's why I only came back now. Fortunately, nothing happened to everyone." Hearing the words of the burning sky ancestor, Xiao Yang's face could not help but reveal some apologetic expression. The former laughed and waved his hand, looking as if he did not care at all. On the other hand, the hall master of the Ghost Hall snorted coldly and sneered, "It's just a breakthrough to the peak of the Origin King realm. The result will be the same no matter what. Today, you must return with us no matter what." The moment his voice fell, the body under the black fog suddenly shook, and a terrifying aura immediately swept out in all directions. At the same time, the black fog dissipated, revealing a figure wearing a black robe and a mask. The most shocking thing was that the strength of the aura that swept out from this person's body had surpassed that of an Origin King expert. This fellow was shockingly another Origin Ancestor level expert. Behind him, the other two experts from the Ghost Hall also released the aura within their bodies at the same time. They were 2 Origin Kings, 1 Origin Ancestor and 2 Origin Emperors. Once such a lineup joined the groups of the 2 sects, it would be a huge blow to the Burning Flame Valley. TSK, Xiao Yang, Fen Tian, today is the day of your death. A sharp strange laughter was once again emitted from Ren Fu's mouth. Soon after, a thought passed through his heart and the Vajra puppet immediately flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Beside him, Xie Shan looked at the ferocious smile on Ren Fu's face in front of him. The chill in his heart became even denser. The corner of his eyes cautiously swept over the few people from the Ghost Hall. The emotion in his heart tightened slightly. He had never heard of anything related to the Ghost Hall. Even he did not expect that this Ren Fu would actually be involved with the people from the Ghost Hall. His heart was extremely afraid of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost. However, Ren Fu had deliberately hidden it and only took it out today. This intention was likely not only aimed at the Burning Flame Valley. When he thought of this, an extremely obscure cold glint involuntarily flashed across the depths of Xie Shan's eyes when he looked at Ren Fu. Cuckoo, I'm afraid that you don't have such a big appetite if you want to eat me. Xiao Yang's face did not show any fear when he saw the Vajra puppet that had arrived in front of him. Instead, he looked at this Vajra puppet's body in a somewhat strange manner. A thought swiftly circulated in his heart. Although this Vajra puppet's strength was extraordinary, it was after all refined from a human's physical body. It ultimately did not lack the skin. Therefore, puff. Xiao Yang lifted his hand gently. A cluster of crimson-red flames slowly bloomed in his palm with a puff sound. It formed a beautiful fire lotus. The flames leaped on the lotus petals, appearing like a living creature. At a glance, it appeared to be somewhat intelligent. The temperature of the entire place suddenly rose the moment this flame appeared. The expressions of quite a number of people present also changed. This is a heavenly flame. Although he had long heard that Xiao Yang possessed a heavenly flame that an ordinary person could not control, Ren Fu's heart involuntarily felt some shock when he personally saw it at this moment. Of course, at the same time, it also contained greed. No one would not be tempted by the most overbearing power in the world. However, Xiao Yang scoffed at this. He ignored the other party's sinister gaze. He clenched his hand tightly and the fire lotus in his palm immediately exploded. It turned into flames that filled the sky and swept in all directions. A flame of this level was naturally unable to harm the experts present. However, when it landed on the puppets, it was like dry wood meeting a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, they began to burn fiercely. This was especially so under Xiao Yang's deliberate control. The crimson-red flames spread extremely quickly and did not allow any resistance. As the red lotus karmic fire burned fiercely, all of the puppets involuntarily trembled and twitched. In the end, everyone could only watch helplessly as their puppets were incessantly melted by the heavenly fire. In the end, all of their steel bodies were completely melted into a pool of molten iron. Looking at the Vajra puppet, although it had also been greatly melted by the heavenly flame, it was still a terrifying existence comparable to a peak Origin Emperor. In addition to Ren Fu's intervention, it was only barely able to extinguish the flames. However, even so, the Vajra puppet was left with a broken body. Even if it could still fight, its strength would definitely be greatly reduced. At this moment, the Vajra puppet that was comparable to a peak Origin Emperor was completely crippled. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. How could Ren Feng not be furious that his greatest reliance had been destroyed? The Genesis Chi within his body crazily surged as his body trembled uncontrollably. His face had turned bright red as killing intent surged within his furious eyes. Just as he was about to attack, Xiao Yang waved his hand and a ray of light shot out. A punch ruthlessly collided with it. It was undoubtedly the Northern King, North King, kill him. Chapter 1269. The clash between the Northern King and Ren Fu became even more intense as the words that were filled with killing intent were spat out. At the same time, the intense battle between the experts of the two sects began once again. Without the help of those puppets, the originally great advantage that the experts from the two sects had immediately disappeared. At this moment, both parties were fighting again. Even though the people from the two sects joined hands, they had difficulty suppressing the experts from the burning flame valley. At the same time, the gazes of the two Ghost Hall origin emperors in the sky also landed on Xiao Yang. Ancestor Burning Heaven would be personally dealt with by Hall Master Xiao, so the two origin emperors would naturally deal with Xiao Yang. TSK, although you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, you are still fated to be unable to escape this calamity. It is indeed our negligence that allowed you to successfully escape for so many years. However, it won't happen this time. Strange laughter rang out from the mouths of the two origin emperors. The two of them drew closer and closer to Xiao Yang. The latter narrowed his eyes as his expression gradually became solemn. In the next moment, just as the two origin emperors attacked, several sonic booms suddenly rang out in the sky. Soon after, a series of figures sent the two origin emperors flying. Only when the figures came to a stop did everyone see that several dozen experts with powerful auras were currently standing around Xiao Yang. They stared coldly at Xie Shan and the two origin emperors. Haha, looks like we've come a little late. Beside Xiao Yang, Qing Feng laughed loudly. His gaze rapidly became heated as he watched the intense battle. You're not late. You've come just in time. Xiao Yang gently patted Qing Feng's shoulder and nodded. The latter grinned and exchanged glances with the other people beside him. Their figures rapidly separated, forming two groups. Each group stared at an origin emperor. Xie Shan, who was in the middle, was left to Xiao Yang. When they saw the sudden appearance of these people beside Xiao Yang, especially when they discovered that these people were all origin kings or above, their originally icy faces immediately became ugly. Over 30 origin kings. Forget about the two origin emperors, such a group was sufficient to sweep through the entire southern region. It should be known that even if the number of origin kings that the three large sects possessed were combined, there would only be 30 to 40 of them. However, Xiao Yang had actually forcefully brought so many experts with him. This was really unimaginable. Each of them faced 16 origin kings, and most of them were high-level origin kings. This situation quickly caused their faces to turn ashen. Compared to fighting alone, they were more afraid of working together. Although that seemed to be of some help, if each of them faced the attacks of 32 origin kings at the same time, they would be defeated even faster. Xiao Yang's arm suddenly shook. A purple-colored flame rose on the heavy Shen ruler in an instant. His somewhat solemn gaze also landed on Xie Shan on the opposite side. A dense voice was slowly emitted as he spoke. He spoke with a cold voice, "Everyone, since everyone is here, then, let's do it." Boom. Following Xiao Yang's order, the 32 spiritual guards beside him immediately rushed forward. They transformed into numerous rays of light and violently collided with the two origin emperors from the Ghost Hall in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a shocking energy ripple suddenly erupted. The sound of rushing wind repeatedly sounded. The intense collision between both parties had completely unfolded at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yang and Xie Shan looked at each other. Their eyes were cold, but they did not immediately attack. When I first entered the extreme south and arrived outside the burning flame valley, I initially thought that the battle with Yu Fu was because I had fought in the Fang family. However, I only understood later that it was actually because of your family. The Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan has always been known as invincible. Although I dare not say that I truly have no opponents, the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan will definitely exterminate those who kill my clan members. As a result, our enemies are usually unable to live for long, Xie Shan said indifferently. Xie Shan faintly said. At the same time, killing intent surged in his eyes. He clenched his hands in the air and the pitch-black sickle and short sword landed in his hands. I have never been merciful to those who want to kill me. With a cold snort, Xiao Yang suddenly swung the huge ruler in his hand. He waved his arm and a ruler light immediately swept out, shooting towards Xieshan. After witnessing the might of Xiao Yang's heavenly flames earlier, Xieshan naturally did not dare to underestimate him when he faced Xiao Yang again. He held the sickle in his right hand and the sword in his left. His hand held the hilt of the sword in a reverse grip. He drew several energy pillars in the air in front of him. As they condensed, they actually perfectly overlapped. Afterwards, he viciously slashed at the ruler light that was charging over. 1,000 heavy blades. Soon after, the 1,000 heavy blades collided with the ruler light that Xiao Yang swung out. An earth-shaking energy ripple immediately swept out when the two collided. Xiao Yang and Xieshan's figures also rushed forward at the same time. One of them held a huge ruler while the other waved a chain. The sickle flew and arrived in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. The wide ruler was immediately lifted and easily blocked this attack. In the next second, he turned around and swept out with his ruler. A force of 500 kilograms violently smashed onto the short sword that was only 3 fingers wide. After a wave of sparks, Xieshan's body involuntarily retreated. His expression also changed. The strength that Xiao Yang's ruler contained far exceeded his imagination. Xieshan did not dare to believe that a human's body was actually able to unleash a physical strength that was even stronger than some powerful magical beasts. This was simply unbelievable. Not only did he lose all feeling in his hand from that one strike, even his entire arm was trembling uncontrollably. There were even traces of blood flowing down from his palm. This caused him to instantly become solemn, and the fury in his heart involuntarily rose. Xieshan had suffered a small loss in the first collision between the two of them. He had lost because he was careless and lost because he did not know. On the other side, Xiao Yang's body did not move. The huge ruler in his hand trembled gently and a buzzing sound spread. When Xieshan raised his head, he saw a cold smile on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth. After which, his body no longer moved. However, Xieshan's expression changed once again. His body immediately pulled back decisively. At the same time, his right hand waved the chain and controlled the short sword to ruthlessly pierce forward. Clang! The next second, sparks shot out. Xiao Yang's body suddenly appeared at the spot where Xieshan had been standing earlier. The thick blade of the ruler easily blocked the tip of the short sword. Soon after, Xiao Yang once again broke through the air and gave chase. He did not intend to give Xieshan even the slightest chance to catch his breath. Chapter 1270. Clang. After the first collision, the battle between the two of them became even more intense. Xieshan became a little more cautious when the two of them collided. He no longer dared to easily receive Xiao Yang's heavy ruler. However, with his frightening peak origin Huang cultivation and his speed that was comparable to an expert from the origin zone realm, Xiao Yang was unable to do anything to the other party. Instead, he became a little miserable under Xieshan's flying scythe. Although Xiao Yang was able to easily block the flying scythe by relying on the heavy Shen ruler, the chain on it was just like a living thing. When the two collided, it simply wrapped around it. The flying scythe bypassed the heavy Shen ruler's block and directly cut towards Xiao Yang's neck. If he did not rely on his own speed and extremely strong defense, it was likely that Xiao Yang would have difficulty dodging this sharp attack from the other party. Xiao Yang's body did not dare to pause even a little after dodging the flying scythe. His hand abruptly exerted force and violently pulled the heavy Shen ruler back from the encirclement of the chains. It carried sparks and a sharp friction sound that permeated the sky. Soon after, his body abruptly charged forward. His hand held the heavy ruler as he violently swung it towards Xieshan. With the flying scythe, Xieshan held the advantage in long-range battles. If he could not close in, he would not be able to defeat Zhu Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang's figure had already appeared in the sky above Xieshan's head. Both of his hands held the enormous ruler tightly as a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. Soon after, he furiously hacked at Xieshan's head with a momentum that could split a mountain. This attack did not contain any fancy moves. It only contained a terrifying surging power. As the tip of the ruler descended, a powerful oppressive force followed. Wherever it passed, the invisible space turned into a vacuum. The sound of the wind made one's heart tighten. Again. Xie Shan merely laughed coldly as he looked at the heavy ruler that was swiftly moving in his eyes. After understanding Xiao Yang's strength, he was naturally fearless when facing Xiao Yang again. The short sword in his left hand rotated and the chain rotated, retrieving the flying scythe. At the same time, his right hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Powerful Genesis Chi covered the surface of his fist and agglomerated into a cuticle. Soon after, he suddenly swung his fist out violently and collided with the enormous ruler above his head. Xie Shan's fist was thrown forward and the space in front of him immediately began to fluctuate intensely. Circular invisible energy ripples swiftly swept over the place. The instant the sharp sonic boom appeared, Xie Shan's fist violently collided with Xiao Yang's heavy ruler. Bang! A ferocious strength instantly erupted when the two collided. The space around the two of them instantly collapsed. Xie Shan's body sank slightly under the powerful energy that was contained on the enormous ruler. Soon after, a low cry sounded from his mouth. His arm suddenly shook and an even more frightening strength violently erupted from the collision between the two. The enormous ruler was instantly sent flying and actually escaped Xiao Yang's control. Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Xie Shan's body. At almost the same time, Xie Shan suddenly waved his left hand. The sound of chains immediately rang out as he picked up the black flying scythe and once again appeared in front of Xiao Yang. The flying scythe was ice-cold as it swiftly cut through the air and aimed for Xiao Yang's throat. However, what made Xie Shan's expression change was that the flying scythe had once again passed through Xiao Yang's body. It was another afterimage. The moment the heavy Xian ruler left Xiao Yang's hand, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. Although Xie Shan regained his senses, it was already too late. The moment he turned his head, Xiao Yang's figure was already standing behind him. Xiao Yang's hands were forming a seal, and a giant flaming finger had already formed above his head. Before Xie Shan could do anything, it ruthlessly smashed down. Overflowing desolation finger. A low and deep cry was emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth. The energy aura contained in the fire finger that fell from above his head became even more powerful at this moment. Its vast and mighty aura soared with the wind. The frightening energy contained within it caused Xie Shan to knit his brows at this moment. Xiao Yang was after all an expert at the peak of the Origin Emperor level. Although the speed of this attack was quite fast, the might of his attack could not be underestimated. Xiao Yang's foot stomped heavily on the ground and vast ocean-like surging Genesis Chi immediately surged out. It swiftly agglomerated into a substance-like energy shield behind him and forcefully received Xiao Yang's desolation finger. Although Xie Shan had forcefully withstood Xiao Yang's overflowing desolation finger, his expression did not change much. Instead, the killing intent in his eyes gradually became denser. While facing Xiao Yang, his hand, which was holding the short sword, began to swiftly tremble. Following the crazy pouring of the Genesis Chi in his body, one could see the short sword in his hand appear to have split into a countless number of pieces at this moment. Numerous afterimages were both real and illusionary as they contained a cold glint. Following the trembling of the bone chain, sword shadows shot out from all directions, wrapping around every part of Xiao Yang's body. His attack was sharp and vicious. Xiao Yang's expression did not change in the face of this attack. His heart was completely calm. His feet did not move as he instantly used the absolute sky steps. His body strangely swayed left and right in the air, dodging the sword shadows that permeated the sky. Even though there were some that occasionally collided with his body, they were easily blocked by the powerful defense of the golden elephant skill. He even extended his hand to recall the heavy Xian ruler. The wide ruler was swung in an agile manner in Xiao Yang's hand, blocking some of the sword glows. The fire glow that erupted from the heavy ruler shone on his face, causing him to appear completely calm. Until a certain moment, when Xiao Yang's figure suddenly flashed to a certain area of space filled with chaotic sword shadows, the light in his eyes brightened, and a low roar sounded from his throat. Soon after, the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was swung out, mixed with blazing purple flames. Soon after, it ruthlessly struck a sword shadow that seemed both real and illusory among the sword shadows that filled the sky. Clang! The instant the clear sound of collision rang out, the sword shadows that filled the sky abruptly dissipated. Only a short sword connected to a bone chain suddenly appeared in the air. It was also a pitch-black short sword, and at this moment, it ruthlessly clashed with the heavy Xian ruler's heavy blade. Ha! A low cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth as he sensed the powerful force erupting from the short sword. He did not hesitate to wildly pour the Genesis Chi in his body into the huge ruler. At the same time that the flame on the ruler soared, an explosive force also surged out from the heavy Xian ruler. Finally, it violently charged into the short sword. Bang! A muffled sound of collision abruptly rang out, and the short sword and the bone chain were instantly sent flying. However, Xiao Yang's entire body shuddered in an instant, and an ice-cold killing intent that made his heart palpitate revolved around his body. Great Way of the Dead. Chapter 1271. After Xieshan's dark and cold cry sounded, Xiao Yang immediately saw numerous enormous black-colored sickles swiftly agglomerating in the empty space around him. They formed an inescapable net that surrounded Xiao Yang. The pitch-black sickles were suffused with an icy luster, and the chilling murderous aura on them made one's heart tremble. At a glance, the sickles that filled the sky were like the beckoning hands of the god of death. The two sides had yet to fight, but they could make one lose all will to fight. Even with Xiao Yang's current state of mind, he still felt some fear in the face of these sickles. Great Tao materialization her. Xiao Yang knit his brows tightly. He let out a low groan from his mouth and his body suddenly shook. The purple-colored flame within his body immediately surged up and surged out from the pores all over his body. It swiftly covered every part of his body. After which, he swung the enormous ruler violently and a fierce, intense flame swiftly swept apart. The icy-cold aura that surrounded Xiao Yang's body actually slowly became paler. A moment later, it actually completely disappeared. Under the power of the heavenly flame, the chilling aura from the sickles had been reduced to the lowest point by Xiao Yang. Looking at the purple flames that filled the surface of Xiao Yang's body, a look of surprise flitted across Xieshan's eyes. As expected of a heavenly flame, its power was unmatched even in the entire world. Soon after, he sneered coldly. So what if you have a heavenly flame? Don't tell me you want to rely on this to block my great Tao of death. If so, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Although the heavenly flame was powerful, his grand Tao of necromancy wasn't so easy to deal with. Not to mention the huge gap between their cultivations. When he went all out, even the heavenly flame couldn't block his attack so easily. In response to Xieshan's sneer, Xiao Yang paid no attention to him. He continued to circulate the Genesis Chi in his body, filling every inch of his muscles with a powerful feeling. At the same time, vast Genesis Chi frantically poured into the giant ruler in his hand. Xiao Yang's disregard made Xieshan's face twitch. Then, with a chilling smile, he waved his hand, and the sickles that filled the sky immediately slashed towards Xiao Yang. At the same time, Genesis Chi was continuously poured into the chain in Xieshan's hand. It flickered faintly as a powerful force quietly gathered. 7 heaven-breaking ruler. In the face of the giant sickles that pounced over like hungry wolves, Xiao Yang slowly closed his eyes. It was only when the sickles were within a few feet of him that Xiao Yang abruptly opened his eyes. His body instantly spun around, and he swung out the 7-feet-long ruler without any hesitation. His momentum was breathtaking as it fiercely collided with the sickles. After destroying most of the sickles, Xiao Yang hurriedly withdrew his giant ruler. As the ruler shadows flipped, he continuously used the 6 corporeal forms. Although he managed to block several sickles, the ruler shadows were forcibly broken, and a huge wound was slashed open on his back. Blood immediately gushed out, and the intense pain made Xiao Yang's face contort. Fresh blood continued to flow, but Xiao Yang did not have the time to bother about it. The enormous ruler in his hand was swung repeatedly. Only then did he block the remaining sickles. However, Xieshan's body suddenly moved at this moment. Following the appearance of a couple of after-images, his body suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yang in a ghost-like manner. Xieshan's sudden appearance in front of him caused Xiao Yang's pupils to abruptly shrink. He could not help but feel alarmed by Xieshan's speed. Xieshan's speed seemed to have far surpassed his previous speed. Could it be that he has been While Xiao Yang was shocked, the sickle in Xie Shan's hand slammed down, and the sharp blade pierced Xiao Yang's chest. The latter's expression abruptly changed at this moment. Xiao Yang, your strength is only SOSO, it's over. Xie Shan sneered. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he swung the sickle in his hand. In the next second, it landed on Xiao Yang's chest. Clang. Following a clear sound, the black robe in front of Xiao Yang's chest was easily torn apart by the sickle, revealing his body that was covered with scales and a layer of golden flowing light. These were the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the Golden Elephant skill. At the same time, the two layers of defense on Xiao Yang's body were forcefully broken apart. The tip of the sickle penetrated his skin, even cutting his ribs and injuring his internal organs. If it were not for the defense on his body, it was likely that Xiao Yang's internal organs would have been torn apart. What? The expression in Xie Shan's eyes immediately hardened when he saw this scene. He turned his left hand and the short sword in his hand pierced forward. However, Xiao Yang's body fell backwards. A pitch-black curtain appeared behind him, and his body was instantly swallowed. Void. Great Way. The successive unforeseen events caused Xie Shan's expression to instantly turn gloomy. He did not expect that Xiao Yang still had the strength to retaliate after he attacked. Even the power of the Great Way that Xiao Yang had grasped shocked Xie Shan. Fart. Xiao Yang involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood when his figure once again appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. His expression swiftly turned pale. The intense pain on his chest and back caused his entire body to tremble. This was especially the case for the wound on his back that was left behind by the great Dao strength. At this moment, fresh blood was still flowing uncontrollably. This was even more troublesome. The thing that shocked Xiao Yang the most at this moment was that this fellow, Xie Shan, had been hiding his true strength from the very beginning. From the looks of his attack earlier, regardless of whether it was his speed or strength, it far surpassed the strength that he had displayed at the beginning. At this moment, Xiao Yang was already certain that this Xie Shan was likely the third expert from the Source Zone within the Burning Flame Valley other than the two in the sky. You are Source Zone. Xiao Yang's gaze was grave. This fellow had been delaying and hiding his true strength. What exactly was he trying to do? Haha, have I been discovered? But it doesn't matter. As long as I get rid of you, no one will be able to sense my true strength. Xie Shan, who had turned around, could not help but grin when he heard this. His grin was rather sinister. Xie Shan had originally planned to hide his true strength until the end. After the two sects had joined forces to annihilate the Burning Flame Valley, he would take Ren Fu by surprise and kill him. That way, the extreme south would become his world. However, who would have expected that Ren Fu would actually collude with the Ghost Hall? This involuntarily caused his plan to become troublesome. Fortunately, Xiao Yang's heavenly flame had easily destroyed Ren Fu's Vajra puppet, so that fellow was naturally no longer a threat. As for the Ghost Hall experts, he would naturally leave them to Ancestor Fen Tian to deal with. The more they fought until both sides were injured, the happier he was. Ha 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 ha, fight fiercely. It's best if they all die. This way, I can obtain the entire extreme south without any effort. Chapter 1272. Now, it's your turn. Xie Shan smiled densely. He glanced at the intense battle between Ancestor Fen Tian and Hall Chief Xiao in the sky. Soon after, his extremely cold gaze once again returned to Xiao Yang. A thought passed through his mind and the vast and mighty Genesis Qi in his body was immediately poured into the scythe in his hand. It won't be that easy to kill me. Xiao Yang's expression changed when he saw Xie Shan's eyes shooting over. He let out a cold snort. Immediately, both of his hands were swiftly raised. His 10 fingers were linked together and a surging spiritual strength swiftly surged out. Soon after, it swiftly agglomerated in the empty space beside him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 9 bodies that were nearly solidified. At this moment, the aura of these 9 avatars had already reached the Great Yuan King class. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Yang's 9-body transformation art had also improved along with his cultivation. The cultivation of the 9 clones had already reached the Origin King stage when Xiao Yang left the Fire Maple Forest, and after the baptism in the lightning pool, they were lucky enough to break through to the 2-star Origin King stage. They could be said to be a powerful force. Oh, clones, and they have the cultivation of a 2-star Origin King. Not bad, but this method is only useful against ordinary Origin Emperors. Against me. Xie Shan let out a faint cold laugh as he glanced at the 2 Origin Emperors on the other side, who were in a dangerous situation under the combined attacks of Qing Feng's group. However, before the words in his mouth could be completely spat out, he saw the 9 avatars beside Xiao Yang flashing with a white light. The light continued to gather. Within a couple of breaths' time, it had completely merged into one. The 9 avatars had also merged into one. What if it's like this? Xiao Yang faintly glanced at this extremely confident fellow. A low, cold snort was emitted from his throat. His eyes exchanged glances with the avatar by the side. The 2 of them laughed coldly with a tacit understanding. Immediately, their bodies flashed. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Xie Shan from the front and back. The 9 clones merged into one, and their strength soared. At this moment, the cultivation of the clones was already comparable to a 7-star Origin King, and their battle prowess was extraordinary. If they really fought, even Xie Shan would not be able to completely ignore them. The expression in Xie Shan's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the cultivation of the avatar behind him had risen to that of a 7-star Origin King after the merger. The strength of this avatar was indeed shocking. If the strength of the 9 avatars was a little stronger, they might even be able to create an avatar that could compare with the actual body of Xiao Yang. That would be truly frightening. The fighting strength of just one Xiao Yang was already so shocking. If another Xiao Yang were to be formed from the merger of his avatars, even he would have difficulty dealing with it. Fortunately, the situation that he had imagined did not appear. Hence, these 2 people were still no match for him. Xie Shan, do you still dare to say it's useless against you? Xiao Yang did not give Xie Shan any time to reply after his extremely cold voice sounded. Together with the avatar behind him, the 2 of them moved in unison. Soon after, they transformed into 2 afterimages. Their hands held enormous rulers as they hacked at Xie Shan from all directions. The 2 of them arrived in front of Xie Shan one after another. Both of their hands held the heavy ruler tightly. A low cry was emitted from Xiao Yang's throat. The enormous ruler was immediately swung horizontally, appearing to be sweeping away all the thorns. At the same time, the incarnation behind Xie Shan raised the enormous fire ruler high above its head with both hands. It adopted a mountain-splitting momentum as it cut through the sky and furiously hacked at Xie Shan's head. The powerful attacks from 2 different directions made it difficult for Xie Shan to take care of everything. Such a pincer attack made it impossible for him to dodge. He could only face it head-on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Death Spirit Great Tao, Life-Reaping Sickle. Seeing this, Xie Shan let out a low cry and put the chain back into his storage ring. Then, he struck out with both hands one after the other. Almost at the same time, the power of the Great Tao rapidly condensed in his palms. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 2 huge pitch-black sickles. The sickles in his hands emitted a hoo-hoo sound as they rotated. At the same time that they broke through the air, the chaotic afterimages formed a circular shield. At the instant when Xiao Yang's and his avatar's attacks were about to land, the shield suddenly pushed outwards with great force. The 2 sickles immediately collided intensely with the huge ruler. At the same time that a fire glow shot out, the powerful strength that it carried also instantly forced Xiao Yang and his avatar back. So what if you're a clone? So what if you're a peak Source King? In front of the Source Zone, you're nothing. After forcing the 2 of them back with one strike, Xie Shan's expression did not change. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the incarnation. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and he ruthlessly tore through the incarnation's chest. His body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. Before he could stabilize his body, a ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Xie Shan's face. Almost at the same time, the power of the Great Way condensed behind the incarnation once again. A pitch-black sickle was ruthlessly slashed towards the incarnation. At the same time, Xiao Yang, whose body had paused, flashed and arrived behind Xie Shan. The enormous ruler in his hand was violently swung from bottom to top. A sharp ruler glow also erupted in an instant. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. With a swing of the ruler, Xie Shan's body instantly exploded and turned into nothingness. This was just an after-image of the latter. Xiao Yang's expression immediately changed drastically when he saw this scene. Before he could dodge, an extremely cold aura was transmitted from behind him. Xie Shan's body appeared behind him in a ghost-like manner. His face was ferocious as he raised his right hand. Soon after, bang! The palm landed heavily on Xiao Yang's back. A powerful force immediately gushed out and the defense on the surface of his body was broken in the blink of an eye. A solid palm print appeared on Xiao Yang's back along with the huge wound. Fresh blood gushed out and looked extremely dazzling. Xiao Yang's body was also forcefully sent flying by this palm. His expression swiftly turned pale. A couple of large mouthfuls of fresh blood were spat out from his mouth. Even his aura had been greatly reduced. This palm had caused Xiao Yang to be seriously injured. However, in the blink of an eye, he discovered that Xiao Yang's avatar was standing in the empty space a short distance away. Xiao Yang's expression was cold and stern as he stared at him. Xiao Yang's originally solid body had become much more illusionary at this moment. It seemed that this avatar had paid a great price in order to receive that attack. "Heh, you're still here? Then let me personally end you." With a sneer, Xie Shan's body trembled slightly. The clone's expression instantly changed and he hurriedly retreated. Xie Shan unhurriedly chased after him. At the same time, the remaining Genesis Qi in Xiao Yang's body was rapidly depleting. "Here he, too slow, too slow. You think you can escape my pursuit with such speed? You overestimate yourself." Xie Shan completely ignored Xiao Yang, who was currently seriously injured. His body appeared in front of the avatar in the blink of an eye. The noses of both of them were about to touch. Just when the latter's expression changed, the sound of rushing wind suddenly appeared behind him. Soon after, the avatar was kicked flying by Xie Shan. After a couple of collisions, the avatar was repeatedly abused by Xie Shan until a certain moment, Pucci. The 5 fingers of Xie Shan's right hand curled into a claw and pierced the clone's chest from front to back. The clone's body gradually turned illusory as it hung limply from Xie Shan's arm. However, the ferocious expression on Xie Shan's face gradually widened at the next moment. His brows were suddenly knit together. He could clearly sense that the energy within the body of this avatar in front of him was actually wildly surging. The energy that was about to scatter swiftly gathered. After which, it became even more wild and uncontrollable. This also caused Xie Shan's eyes to suddenly shrink. That guy, self-destructed. With this thought, how could Xie Shan care so much? He hurriedly wanted to withdraw his arm from this fellow's body. However, the moment he raised his head, his incarnation's face was filled with mockery. His indifferent, bone-chilling voice was slowly spat out. "What? Sorry, it's too late." In the next second, a loud explosion resounded in the sky. Chapter 1273. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion that contained an enormous amount of energy suddenly resounded in the sky. The few battles that were closer to the battle were forced to stop because of this, and there were even some people who were injured by this energy. The buzzing sound continued to resound in everyone's minds, causing their vision to become slightly blurry. The sound of the explosion rang out. Waves of seemingly solid energy rippled wildly. Even the empty space instantly collapsed under this frightening energy collision. It was a long while later before the energy ripples that permeated the sky slowly scattered. Hence, the collapsed space recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the sky, Xie Shan's figure finally appeared in front of everyone once again under the attention of countless pairs of eyes. However, at this moment, Xie Shan had already recovered his original appearance. His body had transformed into the body of a magical beast. His appearance was ferocious as he observed everyone present. This was especially the case when his pair of dark red beast eyes landed on Xiao Yang's body. A wild roar was involuntarily emitted. A buzzing sound once again sounded in the sky. Numerous surprised gazes repeatedly landed on Xie Shan's body. At a glance, everyone immediately discovered that the right side of the giant beast's body was missing a piece. It was Xieshan's arm. During the explosion of his avatar, he was the closest and couldn't avoid it. Although he used his surging Genesis Chi to resist, he still couldn't protect his right arm. It was likely that he had transformed into his original form after being thoroughly enraged. Great Dao skill. Soul-reaping ghost scythe. Xieshan's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. He widened his large mouth and a frightening suction force immediately surged out. At the same time, a strange ka sound was suddenly emitted. Numerous bone chains that were connected to an enormous sickle flew out of Xieshan's mouth. Their target was not only Xiao Yang but also the other experts who were closer to them. Moreover, there were quite a number of people among them who were from his two sects. This Xieshan could really be called vicious and merciless by not differentiating between friend and foe. Xieshan could really be called vicious. It was naturally difficult for those present to escape from such a strange attack. After all, it was an attack from an expert from the Source sect. Given their strength, it was naturally difficult for them to block it. However, just as the ghost sickle was about to hook towards Xiao Yang and arrive in front of him, Xiao Yang finally slowly lifted his pale face. His eyes stared intently at the ghost sickle that was swiftly magnified in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and a fire wheel slowly rotated in his right hand. Buddhas, anger, reincarnation, a hoarse voice slowly sounded. At the same time, Xiao Yang lifted his hand, and the wheel in his palm abruptly sped up. At the center of the wheel, a thumb-sized black dot gradually distorted. When the ghost scythe arrived in front of Xiao Yang's body suddenly trembled, and a tremendous pillar of black light shot out from the wheel, instantly submerging the ghost scythe. Even the power on the ghost scythe and the bone chains were rapidly swallowed by the black light pillar until they dissipated into nothingness. However, this was not the end. The enormous black light pillar swelled with the wind and swallowed everything in front of it. The sky became the same color and the entire world was dyed with a black color that could not be erased. All the ghost sickles that passed by were either swallowed or disintegrated under the strength of this light pillar. They returned to this world under an unknown force. Until, bang! The light pillar directly penetrated Xieshan's mouth and the power on it immediately became sluggish. Xieshan's body also began to tremble intensely because of this. After a long while, Xieshan's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fresh scarlet blood continuously flowed out from his body. His entire body began to rapidly swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, the pitch-black light pillar actually completely penetrated Xieshan from the front to the back with a bang. The life in his eyes also swiftly disappeared at this moment. Kai, the power on the light pillar continued to soar. In the end, Xieshan's enormous body was swallowed by the light pillar, completely disappearing from the world. In the void, everyone stared dumbstruck at this scene, their eyes filled with horror. The black light pillar seemed to have an irreversible power. No matter if it was a person, an object, or Genesis Chi, once sucked into it, there was no possibility of escaping. After Xiao Yang's attack landed, the victor of the battle on the battleground was gradually determined. After losing the help of the puppets, the fighting strength of the people from the two sects had greatly declined. Additionally, the death of Xieshan had dealt an even greater blow to them. Regardless of whether it was their fighting strength or their morale, they were far inferior to before. The momentum of the two sects had already disappeared, but the result of the entire battleground was still unclear. The two Ghost Hall origin emperors struggled to survive under the attacks of the 32 spirit guards, and the clash between Ren Fu and the North King was particularly intense. The Vajra puppet had already been destroyed, and although it was barely usable, it had been turned into a pair of scrap metal under the North King's continuous bombardment. Ren Fu's face was ashen. Even he didn't dare to touch the lightning power on the North King's body. The situation on First Elder Li Chengshu's side was also going well. The only thing he had to worry about was the clash between Patriarch Burning Heaven and Hall Master Xiao. The two peak experts on the battleground had already fought for a long time without a victor being decided. Quite a lot of the Genesis Chi within their bodies had already been exhausted. If Xiao Yang had not finished off Xieshan, It was likely that Xie Shan would have been able to achieve his goal should the battle drag on until the two of them were completely exhausted. Even though this was the case, the situation on the battleground was still unclear. One of the main reasons why the experts from the two sects were still desperately holding on was because of the existence of Hall Master Xiao. They knew that regardless of who this fellow was, as long as Hall Master Xiao was victorious, it would be difficult for the Burning Flame Valley to escape destruction today. Therefore, the important point was not them. Instead, it was the battle between these two people. The success or failure of everything would be on the shoulders of the Burning Sky Ancestor and Hall Master Xiao. Xiao Yang slowly raised his head as he looked at the experts from both parties who had once again entered an intense battle. His gaze landed on the two of them. In the end, the key people who could decide the outcome of this battle were the two of them. Xiao Yang let out a long breath. He hurriedly took out a couple of medicinal pills from his storage ring and swallowed them without any hesitation. A low moan was involuntarily emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth as he sensed the warm medicinal strength swiftly spreading within his body. Soon after, he hurriedly braced himself. After confirming that there was no one else around, he once again maneuvered the Genesis Chi within his body. Both of his hands were slowly raised. His palms trembled and a white and blue heavenly flame appeared in his palms. After which, he widened his mouth and a cluster of bright red flames was spat out. Chapter 1274. Western Region, Green Jade City. Everyone present immediately shifted their gazes away as a golden light flashed over the large open ground. When they looked over again, a couple of human figures had appeared on the open ground. They were surprisingly Xiao Yang's group. Xiao Yang's group was stunned. After the matter with Liu Kang City, Xiao Yang's group did not stop for the rest of their journey. When they arrived at Green Jade City, Xiao Yang looked at the somewhat familiar streets and alleys in front of him. Xiao Yang's mind seemed to recall the various things that had happened back then. However, as time passed, things remained the same but people had changed. This Western region had also undergone a tremendous change. In the current Western region, the one who could truly be called an overlord was naturally the icily arrogant beauty in the Shilin mountain range, followed by Lu Zhongtian in the area of Sand River, and the Bai family of Green Hunchback Mountain that had prospered in recent years. These three forces each occupied a region. Among them, the Shilin mountain range was still ignorant of worldly affairs, and there were still countless human experts adventuring and training there. However, unlike before, the depths of the Shilin mountain range would be a dangerous place that everyone deeply understood in their hearts. Secondly, it was the area around Shahepu where Lu Zhongtian was located. The latter was famous for setting up an auction house, and had a rather high status in the Shilin region. Coupled with Lu Zhongtian's current powerful cultivation, his area was especially safe. Other than that, there was also the Bai clan that no one had expected. Most people in the Shilin region knew that the Bai family had once been one of the four great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after the destruction of the four great sects, the other three clans had been wiped out by someone overnight. Afterwards, the Bai family took over all the cities and mines under the four great sects, but very soon, the Bai family decisively abandoned the majority of the cities and mines. After rapidly collecting all the benefits, they basically settled down in the region of Green Hunchback Mountain, rarely showing themselves again. The Bai family acted quickly and decisively, collecting most of the benefits in the shortest amount of time possible before retreating to Green Hunchback Mountain. This allowed many people to understand why the three great clans had been wiped out. After that, there were even a few organizations that worked together to find the Bai family. However, the moment the Bai family took out two origin transformation experts, the various organizations that had gone forward were all destroyed. They did not even have the chance to surrender. It was also because of this that the Bai clan's name quickly spread throughout the Shilin region. Even so, they still remained in the vicinity of Green Hunchback Mountain and did not seem to have any intention of expanding their clan's influence. This caused many factions in the Shilin region to be suspicious. Outsiders didn't understand this, but the Bai clan knew it very well. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand their influence. Everyone knew that only by having a huge amount of resources could a clan grow rapidly. How could the Bai clan not have such thoughts? But the reality was that they couldn't do that. The Bai clan did not wish to become the second Qin wasteland Maze Valley. To them, the Shilin mountain range's Lung Bingshuang was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the man standing behind her. Outside the vast mountain range, at the edge of the horizon, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, a few streaks of light suddenly flashed over, bringing along waves of sonic booms. At the same time, they had already appeared above the mountain range in the blink of an eye. After which, their figures suddenly paused and turned into a few figures. The expression on Xiao Yang's face was slightly startled as he eyed the familiar mountain range in front of him. This scene actually caused him to have the feeling of having returned home for a moment. Compared to the various disturbances in the outside world, this place was clearly much quieter. This was especially the case when he thought of Lung Bingshuang now. A smile would involuntarily surface on Xiao Yang's face. After which, he waved his hand and led the few people behind him as they flew toward the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. It was also when this group of people entered the depths of the mountain range that a white-robed figure quickly flew out from a certain mountain peak. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly flew off in a certain direction. Xiao Yang, who was flying, furrowed his brows slightly as he felt suspicious in his heart. Soon after, he ignored him and quickly headed towards the depths of the mountain range. Very quickly, several familiar figures appeared in front of Xiao Yang and the others one after another. Most importantly, the ice beauty who usually focused on cultivation also appeared in front of Xiao Yang at this moment. Looking at Xiao Yang, who was unharmed in front of her, Lung Bingshuang's cold and elegant face could not help but be a little moved. She naturally understood the dangers of the extreme south. However, Xiao Yang had been gone for 3 years. How could she not be worried? Now that she saw that Xiao Yang had returned, the emotions at the bottom of her heart were still affected. Her pair of beautiful eyes could not help but contain some hidden bitterness. On the other hand, Xiao Yang stepped forward and pulled the latter into his embrace. He ignored the struggle of the beauty in his embrace as his firm arms tightly locked the latter's delicate body. His mouth was close to her delicate ear as he gently said, "Sorry, I have returned." This simple sentence seemed to contain some kind of magic, causing Lung Bingshuang's struggling delicate body to slowly relax. After that, the little fairy doctor looked at the two people in front of her. A certain kind of expression gradually dimmed. Immediately, she quietly turned her head and no longer paid any attention to them. Bai Hua and Narwhal Snake became familiar with each other when they met. Caia had met Lian before. However, the latter was still in a deep sleep at that time. Now that they had met, they were naturally more familiar with each other. In addition, these two women were considered to be of the same generation among the group. Hence, they chatted more freely. On the other hand, because of Lian, Li Bingrue, and these three women quickly blended together. Only the little fairy doctor sat alone for a long time. When the three women regained their senses, the little fairy doctor had already disappeared. At this moment, 5 people were sitting around a table in Sky Eagle's cave. There were drinks on the table. The atmosphere was strong and everyone was chatting happily. In the mountain forest, Caia brought the 2 women to a hut that Flame Lion and the others had built for her. This little girl was the eldest young lady of the Shilin mountain range. She relied on Lung Bingshuang's pampering. Usually, the brothers would pamper her everywhere. Everything here was also requested by this little girl. Although the design of the hut was not very good, the surrounding environment was quite suitable for the 3 women. Under such a beautiful environment, the 3 of them chatted happily. Xiao Yang and Lung Bingshuang came to the hinterland of Shilin. This place had already changed greatly. A magnificent ice palace had been built. Cold fog filled the air, turning this place into a paradise on earth. Lung Bingshuang pulled Xiao Yang into the depths of the ice palace. Xiao Yang gently pulled the latter's delicate body into his embrace. The 2 of them looked at each other. Their breathing gradually became rapid and hot. On a certain uninhabited mountain peak, the little fairy doctor, who was dressed in a long white dress, was sitting alone. A pair of long and narrow eyes looked at the empty sky in the distance. There was a pair of white birds circling in the sky. They seemed to be comforting her, but also seemed to be mocking her. In this regard, the little fairy doctor could only smile foolishly. Sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Her mind once again recalled the words that Xiao Yang had said when he had saved her. "You are my responsibility." Chapter 1275. Corpses littered the foot of the valley. Countless people were heavily injured. Even experts as powerful as Origin Kings and Origin Emperors were unable to survive the battle. The people of the two sects were completely defeated. Countless cultivators below the Origin King level were killed or injured, and even a few Origin King level cultivators were killed. Even if the rest of the people survived, they were all seriously injured. The Heavenly Wall sect master was also seriously injured after being attacked by the energy waves. However, before he could rejoice, the North King suddenly appeared and finished him off with a punch. So far, the two sect masters of the two sects had basically died to Xiao Yang's hands. The other Origin Kings had all lost their battle prowess. The two Origin Kings from the Ghost Hall had also died from the pincer attack of Qing Feng and the others, as well as the impact of the Angry Buddha's lotus fire. The 32 spirit guards from the Spirit Ginseng clan were still alive. Thanks to some of their clan's methods, the 32 Origin Kings were able to work together and survive without any heavy injuries. However, even so, their faces were pale and their presences were rather weak. Although the ancestor of the scorching heavens was not heavily injured, his old body, coupled with the intense battle and the impact of the Angry Buddha's lotus fire at the end, did not have much strength left. Hall Master Xiao's situation went without saying. He had received most of the impact from the Angry Buddha's lotus fire, so he was obviously the most heavily injured. Even Xiao Yang was in a very bad state right now. He had fallen into an abyss. Using the Angry Buddha's cycle of samsara and the Angry Buddha's lotus fire again and again was something that even he could not endure. Although the power of the fire lotus did not directly harm him, he was unable to dodge the aftershocks. Coupled with the various injuries on his body, Xiao Yang's current condition could not get any worse. The extreme lack of strength within Xiao Yang's body, along with the various injuries all over his body, caused fresh blood to flow unceasingly from all over Xiao Yang's body. Although his body still had the strength of the medicinal pills to slowly recover, without any strength to use, the recovery effect was still a little too slow. His body uncontrollably lay on his back on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yang really did not even have the strength to move his fingers. The thoughts in his mind gradually became blurry. Although he was unwilling to fall asleep in this manner, it seemed that both his body and his spirit were gradually leaving his control. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, after experiencing the baptism of the Buddha's fiery lotus, the black fog that shrouded Palace Master Xiao's body had completely dissipated. His black robe was torn apart, revealing his skinny, skeletal body. Even the mask on his face had been shattered by the explosion. Half of his face had been destroyed, revealing his ghastly white bones. A scarlet eyeball was still twitching under the influence of his flesh and blood. Blood continued to spurt out from his mouth, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. At this moment, Hall Chief Xiao could be said to be at a loss for words. If he had taken the opportunity to leave before Xiao Yang could agglomerate the Angry Buddha lotus flame, all of this might have nothing to do with him. However, he did not do so. Hence, he had paid a heavy price for his choice. 2 to the 2. At the same time, Qing Feng and the others also arrived at Xiao Yang's side. After carefully inspecting him, they finally relaxed. One after another, their gazes landed on the bodies of Patriarch Burning Heaven and Hall Master Xiao. At this moment, the latter had also crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His terrifying appearance was simply nauseating. Seeing that he still had the strength to get up, Burning Heaven Patriarch couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly circulated the little remaining Genesis Chi in his body and vigilantly stared at the person before him. Even if the other party was seriously injured, he could not be too careless in the face of someone from Ghost Hall. Cough cough cough. My Ghost Hall and the Heavenly Puppet Sect have prepared for nearly 4 years for today's battle, but we were still unable to easily capture Xiao Yang. To think that we would end up in such a state. I admit that I have failed in my duty. Hearing these words, the cautiousness in Ancestor Fen Tian's heart was reduced a little. At the very least, this fellow had admitted defeat. However, TSK. I have said that I will definitely bring Xiao Yang back today. The instant the strange laughter rang out, Ancestor Burning Heaven's face immediately sank. He quickened his pace and walked towards the latter. All the remaining strength in his body was gathered in his palm. No matter what other tricks this fellow had up his sleeve, as long as he killed him now, there would be no future troubles. You're too slow, TSK. However, before Ancestor Fen Tian could arrive in front of Hall Chief Xiao, the latter extended his hand and grabbed. The storage ring on his finger flickered and a blood-red jade token appeared in his hand. Just as Ancestor Fen Tian was about to charge over with all his strength, the jade token was crushed by Hall Chief Xiao with all his strength. Hum. Following the explosion of the jade strip, an invisible energy immediately spread out from within. The invisible space rippled intensely and Patriarch Burning Heaven, who had charged forward, was instantly sent flying by this energy. A mouthful of old blood was spat out and the aura of his entire body swiftly fell to rock bottom. Soon after, the space collapsed and an extremely frightening aura swiftly spread out from the empty space. The strength of this aura had reached an unimaginable level. In the end, the owner of this aura did not reveal himself. However, that invisible energy directly locked onto Xiao Yang. Seeing this, Qing Feng and the rest hurriedly stepped forward. The 32 auras merged into one and formed an extremely powerful defense that blocked in front of Xiao Yang and blocked that aura. Hey! The Ginseng Spirit Clan? They actually still exist in this world. However, that's all there is to it. Sensing the aura of Qing Feng and the rest, a somewhat surprised voice rang out from the depths of the shattered space. However, soon after, the invisible energy that extended towards Xiao Yang suddenly expanded. With a single strike, it instantly destroyed the solid defense that Qing Feng and the rest had formed together. This group of people was also sent flying far away. Soon after, that aura arrived in front of Xiao Yang. After confirming that it was him, it transformed into an invisible hand that grabbed Xiao Yang's body and pulled him towards the shattered space. Xiao Yang. No. Xiao Yang. Immediately, the mouths of those seriously injured people on the battleground emitted waves of unwilling roars. This was especially the case for Bai Hua and the little fairy doctor. They used all their strength to try and climb up from the ground. However, under that frightening pressure, their bodies were once again sent flying in an instant. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, swiftly approached the shattered space under the control of that invisible large hand. Chapter 1276. Outside of the Burning Flame Valley, Xiao Yang's body was swiftly approaching the shattered space under the control of the invisible large hand. Beside him, Hall leader Xiao wore a ferocious smile as he looked at the other people present. Although he had failed, this backup plan could easily capture Xiao Yang. With just these people present, it was impossible for them to stop this person's actions. Swoosh. However, at this moment, an air-splitting sound suddenly appeared in the sky. A hot flaming meteor immediately descended from the sky and smashed towards Hall leader Xiao, who was beside the shattered space. Immediately, the latter's pale face immediately turned pale. He looked at the cluster of fire that was swiftly magnifying in his eyes and hurriedly cried out loudly, "Chief, save me." Humph. Soon after, a cold snort was emitted from the empty space. An invisible strength immediately soared to the sky and blasted the cluster of fire apart. However, at the same time, a human figure also appeared in front of the invisible large hand. With a wave of his sleeve, the fierce flames that permeated the sky immediately forcefully broke the invisible strength. He caught Xiao Yang's body and swiftly withdrew. "Who is it? How dare you snatch someone from my ghost temple sec?" A voice that contained anger immediately sounded in the empty space when Xiao Yang was snatched. Immediately, an even more ferocious strength swept out from within and transformed into an invisible cage that covered the entire place. A frightening aura also swiftly locked onto the person who was trying to take away Xiao Yang. The middle-aged large man involuntarily frowned when he saw that his path was sealed. He quietly said that this was troublesome in his heart. Just as he was searching all around for a way out, an invisible strength suddenly transformed into a chain that charged towards the large man. The latter did not show any signs of weakness. Both of his hands hugged Xiao Yang. His body flipped and both of his feet pressed on the chain. A powerful force immediately erupted. At the same time, he shook the chain a little and hurriedly used the force to pull back once again. Ha ha ha, so what if you're from the Ghost Temple sect? Back when my clan was flourishing, you guys were all over the continent. You only managed to survive until now because of the protection of others. The middle-aged man coldly laughed when he heard the words that were transmitted from the empty space. His pair of crimson eyes carried some disdain as his gaze swiftly swept over everyone below. He immediately arrived in front of Li Bingrui, after which, he slowly placed Xiao Yang's body down. After confirming that there was no mistake, he turned to look at the empty space in the blink of an eye. This middle-aged man was Zhu Hao from the Fire Maple Forest. Originally, Li Bingrui was worried about whether Xiao Yang would be able to return. Therefore, she used the jade slip in her hand to summon him. However, she didn't expect that he would be too late. However, he had saved Xiao Yang. In that case, perhaps it wasn't too late. Although Li Bingrui did not have a good impression of Xiao Yang, her heart still sighed in relief for some unknown reason when she saw that Xiao Yang had been saved. Shameless boasting. You're just a mere origin zone. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? The mysterious man's cold voice rang out from the void once again. Next, a ferocious power surged forth once again. Invisible chains continuously condensed, bringing with them an extremely sharp and domineering aura as they rushed towards Zhu Hao from all directions. Haha, you're just a bunch of cowards who don't dare to admit it. Bright sun in the sky, brilliant sun's raging flames. After a sneer, Zhu Hao raised his head and roared towards the sky. A gigantic ball of flames immediately condensed in the sky, giving off a scorching fiery glow. It was just like a second sun in this world. Next, under Zhu Hao's control, several shockingly imposing beams of fire shot out from the ball of flames and collided with the invisible chains. Oh, so it's the Bloodblaze Bird clan. You've brought me quite a few surprises today. However, a origin zone will always be a origin zone. You can never be compared to a true expert. As his voice faded, a powerful force immediately surged from the invisible chains. The chains, which had been gradually melting under the beams of fire, were now completely fearless. They coiled left and right, blocking the beams of fire. Next, they continued to rush towards Zhu Hao. Damn it! Zhu Hao's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw this. This fellow's cultivation was too tyrannical. If not for the fact that he could not personally appear, Zhu Hao would have already been unable to resist. However, who would have expected that even so, he was still unable to resist. HMPH, a grand Dao technique. Glorious sun in the sky. As his voice fell, the power of the great path rapidly condensed between heaven and earth. Under Zhu Hao's control, 10 golden blazing suns condensed above his head. The frighteningly high temperature sprinkled on this world at this moment. Under this terrifyingly high temperature, whether it was the mountains or the earth below, they all began to melt like snow. If not for Zhu Hao's deliberate control, those heavily injured origin kings would have been roasted to death by the high temperature of these 10 suns. Such a terrifyingly high temperature would affect even the surrounding Genesis Chi, let alone the invisible chains. Although they were powerful, they were ultimately only a part of the whole. As they neared Zhu Hao's body, the power on the chains rapidly dissipated, until they turned into nothingness. HMPH, stubborn fellow. However, only a disdainful snort was heard from the formless space. Soon after, the formless chains that had been melted by the high temperature were formed once again. The power on them was even more terrifying than before. They charged towards Zhu Hao despite the high temperature of the 10 blazing suns. The gap between the cultivation levels was undoubtedly revealed in the current battle. In the face of overly powerful strength, even a tyrannical great path technique would not be effective. In the end, Zhu Hao's body was still bound by those chains. No matter how he struggled, it was to no avail. Below, although Li Bingrui and the others wanted to help, they were unable to do anything in the end. Zhu Hao's strength was simply too strong. In the current battlefield, there was simply no one who was a match for him. Since you don't know what's good for you, I might as well bring you back for research. It just so happens that I don't have a mount, so perhaps I can tame you. Keikakik. At the same time the strange laughter sounded, the invisible chain grabbed at the unconscious Xiao Yang below. However, just as the chain was about to hook onto Xiao Yang's body, another invisible strength suddenly surfaced. It easily pushed back the chain that was approaching Xiao Yang's body while also breaking the chain that was binding Zhu Hao's body with one strike. Hee, I didn't expect a Origin Sovereign to make things difficult for a group of Origin Kings. Has the Ghost Temple sect become so shameless? Chapter 1277. Just as the invisible chains were about to latch onto Xiao Yang's body, an elderly voice rang out and the invisible chains that filled the sky disappeared. The unconscious Xiao Yang and Zhu Hao were once again freed from danger. Faint laughter continued to reverberate throughout the area, but the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped everyone's hearts had completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. Humph, the Cloud Immortal sect has no right to interfere with the matters of my Ghost Temple sect. The dark, cold voice was once again emitted from the empty space. His tone was low and deep. Although he had already expected that this person would likely sense his actions, all of this should have happened after he had captured Xiao Yang. However, who would have expected that Zhu Hao, who had appeared midway, would disrupt his original plan? If this was not the case, it was likely that Xiao Yang would have already become his. However, it was likely that this matter would not be so easy to resolve now. This old man indeed does not wish to interfere with the matters of the Ghost Temple sect. However, the matters at the borders of the mainland should be their own matters. We have already made an agreement that we will not interfere. However, your actions have already violated our earlier agreement. The elderly voice rang out once again. This time, there was an additional trace of coldness in his tone. Humph, agreement. My Ghost Temple sect has never followed any rules. That agreement is something that you believe to exist. As long as we can complete the mission, we can do anything. What you are saying to me is a little too laughable. A mocking laughter was immediately emitted from the empty space when they heard this. At the same time, a majestic invisible force once again surged out. It transformed into a countless number of chains that grabbed at Xiao Yang. At this moment, it was most important to capture Xiao Yang and bring him back. Originally, the entire plan had been flawless. Regardless of whether Palace Master Xiao could complete the mission, as long as the person in the void intervened, Xiao Yang would be theirs no matter what. Although they had already considered the existence of this person before this, it was not as troublesome as it was now. Now that Xiao Yang was no longer in his hands, it would truly be difficult to capture him. Since you don't want to keep your promise, then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Sensing the surge of the invisible force, the old man's cry sounded in the sky. At the same time, an invisible force gathered once again. The scorching hot fire turned into an invisible flame that burned the empty space until it was distorted. Immediately, when the chains shot over, the flame quickly met them. It relied on its own terrifying high temperature to burn the chains into nothingness. That is, on the other side, Ancestor Fen Tian's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw the scene in front of him. Although both parties were relying on their spiritual strength, he was able to sense a special energy within the flame. This energy was something that he had only sensed from Xiao Yang until now. Haha, even if we were to fight face to face, you might not be a match for this old man. Furthermore, with just spiritual strength, your little tricks are useless in front of this old man. The faint laughter rang out once again, and there was a hint of a sneer in his voice. Although the chains were powerful, they were instantly turned into nothingness under the burning of the invisible flames. The so-called power was unable to be used under the flames. 6th Book. You, MPH, don't be arrogant in front of this Hall Master. The strength of my Ghost Temple Gate is not something that your Cloud Celestial sect can compare with. If this Hall Master summons another expert from the sect, you, stop uttering nonsense. If you really have that ability, it is likely that you would have already summoned them. Now, this old man advises you to withdraw as soon as possible. Once you alarm the other two sects, it will be even more difficult for you to clean up the mess. After the old voice sounded, the frightening flame immediately pounced towards the shattered empty space from all directions. When the latter saw this, his emotions changed and he hurriedly withdrew the power that he had spread out. At the same time, the empty space also rapidly shrank. At this moment, Hall Master Xiao's face immediately revealed a terrified expression when he saw this. He hurriedly cried out a couple of times. Only then did a force surge out from the empty space. It grabbed him and forcefully pulled him back. "You wretched trash." After a furious and unwilling curse sounded, the frightening aura that covered everyone's heads finally completely disappeared at this moment. Zhu Hao also heaved a long sigh of relief at this moment. However, his eyes still cautiously stared at his surroundings. After all, although one person had left, there was still another person's spiritual strength remaining. Compared to the former, this person was likely even more difficult to deal with. "Hihi, don't worry, this old man won't do anything to you. After all, you are just a group of juniors and have no enmity with any of you. Moreover, this matter is at the border, and this old man shouldn't have interfered. If not for that fellow's stubbornness, I wouldn't have interfered here." As for this kid, Xiao Yang's body floated into the air uncontrollably as he spoke. The expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed. The Genesis Qi in Zhu Hao's body circulated as he prepared to step forward. However, the expression on his face quickly turned stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Under the control of this mysterious old man, an invisible flame was pulled out of Xiao Yang's body. Immediately, it entered a certain spot in empty space and disappeared. "Hehe, this old man will be taking back this thing. However, as compensation, I'll give you this." Boundless power immediately began to surge, transforming into a giant invisible hand. A suction force surged from the palm, sucking in all the surrounding Genesis Qi and pouring it into Xiao Yang's body. As the blaze art slowly circulated, the boundless power was slowly absorbed by Xiao Yang. After this was done, the giant invisible hand gradually faded, and the owner of the second powerful aura also completely disappeared from the sky above the burning flame valley. The only ones left were the heavily injured members of the two sects, as well as Xiao Yang, who was currently slowly absorbing the boundless power in his body. At this moment, the two sects had been defeated, with countless casualties. The remaining experts had all lost the ability to fight. On the burning flame valley's side, with the exception of Zhu Hao, although the 32 spirit guards were heavily injured, they still had the ability to fight. Ancestor Fen Tian had also recovered quite a bit of his strength after a period of rest. The outcome of this battle was already clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. The two sects were destroyed, and the burning flame valley had obtained a complete victory. Although several unforeseen events had occurred, everything was fortunately fine. From today onwards, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect would no longer exist in the extreme south. The Burning Flame Valley would be the one and only overlord of this place. Chapter 1278. After the frightening auras in the sky above the Burning Flame Valley disappeared, everything returned to normal. Following the end of the battle, the hearts of everyone in the Burning Flame Valley finally sighed in relief. At the same time, an old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, slowly opened his eyes in a certain large hall with magnificent decorations in the middle region. At the same time, a cluster of invisible flame was dancing gently in his right palm. The old man involuntarily smiled as he looked at the invisible flame in his palm. "Cuckoo, you have finally returned after so many years. With you, the old me can be considered complete. As for that Xiao Yang, we will talk about the rest when we meet in the future." In the blink of an eye, close to 2 months had passed since the great battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the two great sects. In the extreme south, the discussions about the great battle from before had also gradually died down. Everything had returned to how it was in the past. All the resources of the two great sects had been taken over by the Burning Flame Valley. The current Burning Flame Valley had already become a well-deserved giant in the extreme south. Of course, under such a huge change, there were countless large and small factions that continuously emerged in the extreme south like bamboo shoots after a rain. The extreme south, which had just experienced a big battle, swiftly became lively. The Burning Flame Valley did not intervene in this matter. They quietly maintained their position as the overlord of the extreme south. At the same time, They were also swiftly recovering the damage that the big battle had left on the entire valley. Under the activation of the enormous amount of resources, the manpower and resources that the Burning Flame Valley had lost were swiftly replenished. Of course, the Burning Flame Valley also did their best to give the best arrangements to the families of the experts who had sacrificed themselves in the big battle. This action immediately attracted a wave of cheers from the Burning Flame Valley. The thing that surprised people was that after the big battle ended, Fang Jitsong led a group of people from the Fang clan to the Burning Flame Valley with the intention of joining. The first elder, Li Chengxiu, still chose to reject this action after some hesitation. Helplessly, Fang Jitsong could only helplessly lead his people and leave. According to Li Chengxiu's understanding, the current head of the Fang clan had already been replaced by the young Fang Jitsong. The original head of the Fang clan, Fang Kai, had been removed from his position as head of the clan by the three elders in the clan. The original Fang clan had nearly fallen into a hopeless situation under Fang Kai's leadership. If it were not for Xiao Yang saving them twice, it was likely that they would have already been turned into ashes. Now that Fang Jitsong had succeeded the position of the head of the clan, he had made some achievements despite his young age. The city where the Fang clan was located had also become much more prosperous. Despite this, Li Chengxiu still rejected him. However, everyone clearly understood the true reason behind this. The Fang clan was still hesitant to do nothing when the Burning Flame Valley was in danger. Now that the Burning Flame Valley had obtained a complete victory and was still flourishing, it was already too late for them to join the Fang clan. On the other side, Xiao Yang had already awakened from his coma, but had been in secluded cultivation all this time. Although he did not understand where the boundless Genesis Qi in his body had come from, he could clearly feel that his cultivation was about to break through to the Origin Emperor stage with the help of this power. In a quiet room, a gentle light shone on Xiao Yang's fair face. His body was seated on a bed, his hands forming a cultivation seal. Genesis Qi stealthily seeped out from his body with every breath, before gradually fusing with his body. At this moment, Xiao Yang's eyes were tightly shut, his mind focused. The blaze art qi in his body was continuously circulating, refining and purifying the boundless Genesis qi in the vortex. In the end, it was poured into the vortex space as he quietly waited for the moment of his breakthrough. Time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers during this endless training. At the same time, the aura of Xiao Yang's body was also approaching the level above King Yuan. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Yang was completely immersed in his cultivation. Until a certain moment, a clear cry was suddenly heard from a room that had been tightly shut for 2 months in the Burning Flame Valley. A powerful aura abruptly spread from the room, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire sky above the Burning Flame Valley, causing the expressions of several elders in the valley to change. The moment the pressure spread, 2 elderly figures appeared in the air outside the room. They watched the situation below with faint smiles as they involuntarily clicked their tongues in amazement. TSK, he's really amazing. 2 months ago, he broke through to the peak of the Origin King realm. I thought that was already terrifying enough. Who would have thought that 2 months later, this kid actually broke through to the Origin Emperor realm? Although this is partly due to that senior, it's still too shocking. Li Chengxiu stared at the scene before him in shock. His brows could not help but twitch when he sensed the vigorous aura from Xiao Yang's body. In his memories, Xiao Yang seemed to be the same returnant's brat from a few years ago, but the reality was that the latter had already become an Origin Emperor like him. Moreover, his battle prowess was much greater than a 6-star Origin Emperor like him. No matter what, breaking through is a good thing. This way, if he encounters the people from the Ghost Hall in the future, he'll be able to protect himself more or less. To one side, Ancestor Fen Tian smiled faintly. He stroked his beard as he involuntarily thought back to the great battle 2 months ago. In particular, when Hall Master Xiao summoned the expert from the Ghost Temple sect, the scene was still deeply engraved in his mind. Whenever he thought about it, it seemed like it had happened yesterday. When these words were spoken, Li Chengxiu, who was at the side, also quickly nodded his head. His gaze was somewhat complicated as he looked at the distant horizon. At this moment, a few more figures swiftly rushed over from the distance. It was the little fairy doctor and the rest. Both parties immediately exchanged a few polite words with a smile when they saw each other. Afterward, the group descended and landed in the courtyard below. They waited for Xiao Yang to appear. Creak, with the sound of a door opening, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on the figure who slowly walked out from the room. When the sunlight shone on the familiar, white face, the warm smile made people feel comfortable. The refreshing face always possessed a special charm. In particular, when the little fairy doctor looked over, her eyes were filled with the gentleness of a young girl. The people beside her all smiled when they saw this. They did not say anything more. On the other hand, Li Bingrui viciously glared at Xiao Yang when she saw him like this. She curled her lips and did not say anything more. Hee, I've made everyone worry. Chapter 1279. Xiao Yang had exited his retreat and broken through to the Origin Emperor class. Everyone naturally felt happy for him. Laughter continued to be heard as they chatted. A long while later, this group of people gradually scattered. Xiao Yang, the little fairy doctor, and the rest remained in the courtyard. Only then did the latter slowly withdraw his mind. Xiao Yang had gained a general understanding of what had happened 2 months ago during their chat earlier. This was especially the case when he heard that the experts from the Ghost Slaughter Gate had intervened. His heart involuntarily tightened. Fortunately, the continuous attacks from Zhu Hao and that mysterious expert had allowed him to survive. Otherwise, if he had fallen into the hands of the Ghost Slaughter Gate, not only would he have met with misfortune, but even Zuna would have. When he thought of all this, Xiao Yang could not help but feel a wave of lingering fear in his heart. Only then did he deeply inhale and exhale. Fortunately, none of this had happened. Thank you for Senior Zhu Hao's matter. Although everyone did not explain why Zhu Hao had appeared in that big battle, Xiao Yang did not need to think to understand that he had been summoned by Li Bingrui. If Zhu Hao had not intervened to rescue him at a critical moment back then, it was likely that he would have already fallen into the hands of the Ghost Hall. Now that Zhu Hao was not around, he naturally needed to thank Li Bingrui. When she heard Xiao Yang's words, the expression on her ice-cold face was first slightly stunned. The iciness in her beautiful eyes could not help but lessen a little. However, she quickly returned to her senses. She fiercely glared at Xiao Yang and coldly said, "Don't think that I won't kill you. Don't think that I won't kill you because of this. I saved you because the person who wanted to kill you was me. Before I made my move, no one had the qualifications to kill you. As for the person who made the move, it was Zhu Hao. It has nothing to do with me." After speaking, Li Bingrui left with a straight face and a wooden expression. Behind her, Liana hesitated for a moment before quickly chasing after her. Among this group of people, the only one who could make Li Bingrui happy was probably this little girl. The fairy doctor could not help but purse her lips and smile when she saw the scene between the two. She had more or less heard about what had happened between Li Bingrui and Xiao Yang. However, when she saw Li Bingrui like this, although her attitude was unyielding, the true killing intent towards Xiao Yang in her heart had already dissipated. Perhaps the killing intent in her heart had already dissipated when she received the message from her elder, Yihong Lian. It was just that she was unwilling to admit it and was unwilling to let her teacher dissipate like this. Let's make a trip back to the western region in a few days. Suddenly, Xiao Yang spoke to the fairy doctor, who was tidying up the teacups. The moment the words left her mouth, the latter's delicate body instantly froze. Even the movement of her hand slowed down for a moment and she almost dropped the teacup. Leng Bing Shuang's figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A complicated expression involuntarily flashed across her beautiful eyes. After which, she silently nodded her head, quickly tidied up the tea set and left on her own. When Bai Hua sent ancestor Fen Tian and the fairy doctor off and returned, she immediately saw the moisture in the fairy doctor's beautiful eyes. She could not help but be stunned. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward. After that, Xiao Yang told Bai Hua all of his plans. When she heard that Xiao Yang wanted to return to the western region, Bai Hua finally understood why the fairy doctor had revealed such an expression. After which, Xiao Yang also told her about his plans to head to the central region. Bai Hua was not too surprised by this. Xiao Xian had already been brought back to the middle region for a long time. Now that Xiao Yang's cultivation had soared, it was time to look for him. Moreover, after this matter with the Ghost Hall, they understood that they needed an even greater strength in order to safely survive in the hands of those ghost things. The middle region was undoubtedly their best choice. Xiao Xian's expression changed. Compared to the borders of the continent, the central region was the true bustling place of the continent. Only there could Xiao Yang's strength truly increase. It was a long while later when Xiao Yang was the only one left in the courtyard. Only then did his mind recall another matter. Other than being saved by Zhu Hao and the mysterious expert, the other thing that caused Xiao Yang to be alarmed was that the mysterious expert who had gifted him the Genesis Chi had extracted a cluster of invisible flames from his body before the event. Xiao Yang involuntarily began to take this matter seriously after learning about it. The one who had intervened was after all an unknown expert. Once that expert wanted to do something to him, it was likely that it would have an irreversible effect on his future. However, after Xiao Yang's careful inspection, he finally discovered that the flame that had been pulled away was surprisingly the fallen heart flame that he had swallowed back then. Xiao Yang involuntarily became surprised when he realized this point. Logically speaking, the current fallen heart flame was merely equivalent to a cluster of seed flame. Since this was the case, why did the other party insist on spending this trouble to extract a cluster of seed flame? Although Xiao Yang was surprised in his heart, he was unaware of the exact reason behind this. If he wanted to investigate further, it was likely that he would have to head to the middle region in the future in order to obtain an answer. After all, that mysterious expert was a member of the Cloud Immortal sect in the middle region. The next day, Xiao Yang personally went to find ancestor Fen Tian. "Oh, you want to go to the central region so soon?" Ancestor Fen Tian could not help but frown when he heard Xiao Yang's plan, some worry appearing in his old eyes. The central region was different from other places. Compared to the borders of the continent, the central region was much more powerful. However, it was also much more dangerous. After all, the Ghost Temple sect was located there. Once Xiao Yang went there, the danger would be great. Xiao Yang laughed softly when he saw the expression that was revealed on ancestor Fen Tian's face. He said, "After all, my ancestor has already been taken away for 3 years. I am worried. Moreover, I will have to face the Ghost Hall sooner or later. Instead of staying here and waiting for him to capture me, I might as well go to the central region and explore. With sufficient strength, they will naturally not be able to do anything to me." Only after hearing these words did ancestor Fen Tian become silent. The words that were at the tip of his tongue were also swallowed back. Since Xiao Yang had already made up his mind, the only thing he could do was naturally to wish him well. After this matter, Xiao Yang chatted with the old man for a while. Soon after, under Xiao Yang's earnest request, he obtained a drop of geocentric milk marrow from ancestor Fen Tian. This drop was prepared for Lung Bingshuang. Although Lung Bingshuang's extreme yin body was already under control, her true strength had yet to be unleashed. This might be due to her cultivation, or it might be due to other reasons. However, no matter what, this time, Xiao Yang planned to use the geocentric milk marrow to help Lung Bingshuang completely unleash the strength of her extreme yin body. At that time, her strength would definitely increase tremendously. Xiao Yang did not plan to let Lung Bingshuang follow him to the central region this time. Therefore, before this, he needed to ensure that the latter had sufficient strength to protect herself. The geocentric milk marrow was the best choice. Chapter 1280. 2 days later, Xiao Yang's group of 5 set off from the Burning Flame Valley again, returning to the western region. Compared to before, the group had decreased in number, and Li Bingrui had even joined them. However, their overall strength was much greater than before. In particular, with Xiao Yang's current strength as the Origin King, he was an existence that could move unhindered across the entire southern region. The group did not hurry back to the Liu clan as they headed north. Instead, they headed directly to the ancient savage wasteland city. However, when they passed by Liu Kang City along the way, the scene within the city caused Xiao Yang's group to pause their footsteps. His somewhat interested gaze landed on the few human figures within the city. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile. This southern region might be large, but fate just happened to be so coincidental. Let's go and see our old friends. He exchanged glances with the little fairy doctor and the rest by the side. The latter curled her lips and smiled. Soon after, she slowly descended. At that moment, in Liu Kang City, within the Liu family residence, a group of people were huddled together. Their hearts were filled with fear as they looked at the people in front of them. The old man leading the group was the old ancestor of the Liu family, Liu Ya. The old man was also at mid-returnance. His strength could be regarded as extremely great in the southwestern region. However, Liu Ya seemed to be in a rather horrible shape right now. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in wounds. He held a cane in his hand, and his chin was covered in blood. His hair was a mess, and his old face was sheet white. His sunken eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He had never thought that his Liu family would experience a day like this. At this moment, a middle-aged man was standing before him. The middle-aged man wore a gorgeous and flawless embroidered robe, and the imposing aura he emanated was especially powerful. His cultivation had already reached the Origin King realm, and if such strength was placed in the southwest border, there would indeed be few who could match him. Chimpage. Fu Yulong, don't be too arrogant. If you dare to destroy my Liu family today, you'll die one day. Liu Ya clenched his teeth tightly. The words that came out of his mouth were fiercely squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. The gaze that he used to look at the middle-aged man in front of him was as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This middle-aged man was the palace master of Sea Cloud Palace, Fu Yulong. After not seeing him for a few years, this fellow had actually broken through to King Yuan. It was no wonder that he would come looking for the Liu family again. After all, Liu Ya was already old and it was difficult for his cultivation to increase. This fellow wanted to use this opportunity to annex him. Ha ha ha, who are you talking about? Could it be the Burning Flame Valley? Ha 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 ha, what an idiot. How could the Burning Flame Valley make things difficult for me, an Origin King expert, for a small clan that hasn't officially joined? Fu Yulong immediately laughed mockingly when he heard Liu Ya's words. Now that his cultivation had broken through to King Yuan, there was no one in the southwestern border who was his match. As long as he did not anger the Burning Flame Valley, did not offend Xiao Yang and did not touch the Liu family in Qingyang City, he could do whatever he wanted in the southwestern border. Even if he killed Liu Ya in front of him and destroyed the entire Liu family, who would know? Who would find trouble with an Origin King expert for a clan that had already been destroyed? PH, it's not the Burning Flame Valley, it's also not Xiao Yang. However, it is definitely an existence that you cannot afford to offend. Liu Ya coldly laughed and slowly shook his head when he heard this. Other than the Burning Flame Valley, there was another enormous being in the southern region. However, there were extremely few people who knew about it. Coincidentally, his Liu family had some relationship with that enormous being. In the air, Xiao Yang, who had yet to descend, could not help but be slightly taken aback when he heard this. Based on his current understanding of the southern region, other than the Burning Flame Valley in the extreme south, there was only the Fire Maple Forests, HSS, so it's the Blood Flame Bird. Xiao Yang immediately thought of the Blood Flame Bird clan when he heard Liu Ya's words. Back then, Zhu Hao's son had stayed in the Liu family for a long time, and Xiao Yang had also heard that the Liu family seemed to have something to do with the Blood Flame Bird. Now that he thought about it, this was what Liu Ya was implying. Of course, Fu Yulong naturally did not believe the old man's words in the slightest. With a chuckle, he twisted his hand as surging Genesis Chi immediately gathered at the center of his palm. His figure flashed, appearing in front of Liu Ya in the blink of an eye. With a sinister smile on his face, Fu Yulong's hand viciously slammed into the latter's chest. It doesn't matter if it is true or not. As long as your Liu family is exterminated today and all traces of your corpses are destroyed, who will be able to find fault with me? So, die. The instant the sinister laughter rang out, Fu Yulong's hand was about to slam into Liu Ya's chest in the blink of an eye. The latter's aura was currently extremely weak, and there was no way he could resist. All he could do was watch with an unwilling expression as the hand descended. In the next instant, BZZ. When the palm that was rushing over was still an inch away from Liu Yue's body, it was easily locked by a powerful hand. When Fu Yulong turned his head around, before he could even see the appearance of the person who had attacked, his entire arm that had shot out in front of him was instantly twisted. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and immediately after, the palm lightly landed on his chest. With a slight tremble, surging power instantly gushed out, and Fu Yulong's body was instantly sent flying backwards like a broken sack. Subsequently, he heavily smashed onto the ground, and the aura of his entire body immediately dropped to rock bottom. When Fu Yulong raised his head, he saw a familiar figure wearing a black robe standing beside Liu Yue. When Xiao Yang's face entered his eyes, his entire heart almost collapsed. He had never expected that the person whom he was most unwilling to offend would actually appear in front of him in such a sudden manner. Moreover, from that palm of Xiao Yang's earlier, if the latter had not held back, it was likely that the current him would have already become a dead person. How? How can this be? How can it be me, is it? Xiao Yang smiled faintly when he heard this. He ignored the frightened face of Fu Yulong. Instead, he placed his gaze on the dull face of Liu Yue by the side. He randomly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and handed it over to Liu Yue. At the same time, he softly laughed and said, "The huge faction that old Mr. mentioned earlier should be the Bloodflamebird clan, right?" When these words were spoken, Liu Yue instantly regained his senses. He stared at Xiao Yang in front of him with a face full of shock. He was shocked that the latter actually knew about the Bloodflamebird clan. However, after some consideration, he still helplessly nodded his head. Seeing this, Xiao Yang pursed his lips and smiled. He did not speak any further on this topic and instead turned to look at Fu Yulong. Chapter 1281. Within the Liu clan's mansion in Liukang City, everyone's eyes were dull as they looked at Xiao Yang, who had sent Fu Yulong flying with one palm. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that Fu Yulong, who was currently an expert at the Source King level and had difficulty finding an opponent in the entire southwestern border, would actually be sent flying with one palm by this young man in front of them. This was really too unbelievable. Of course, others might not know, but Fu Yulong's and Liu Yue's hearts were clearly aware that this black-robed, young man in front of them was a renowned person within the southern region. It was rumored that he had relied on his own strength to kill the chief of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate during the battle between the two sects not long ago. He had even caused an expert from the Source sect to end up seriously injured. Such a person, especially Fu Yulong, who had just advanced to the Source King class, could be considered extremely fortunate that he did not die after receiving a palm from Xiao Yang earlier. "So, have you killed him?" Beside Fu Yulong, Baihua faintly curled her lips at Xiao Yang as she indifferently asked. Just as Xiao Yang was about to nod his head, Fu Yulong hastily crawled up from the ground in shock. He hurriedly bowed and apologized to Xiao Yang, his voice hurried as he said, "Mr. Xiao Yang, everything in the past was indeed Fu Yulong's fault. I should not have made an enemy out of you. I should never have touched anyone from the Liu family, nor should I have associated myself with the Heavenly Puppet sect. However, I have now turned over a new leaf. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I never imagined that the person Liu Yue was talking about was actually you. I hope that Mr. Xiao will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. As long as Mr. Xiao is willing to let me off, Fu Yulong will follow Mr. Xiao's lead from today onwards." "Mr. Xiao. All right, there's no need to say any more. I can forget about this matter, and I can also not kill you." Hearing this fellow's endless words of redemption, Xiao Yang's heart really felt irritated. Originally, he did not intend to kill him. However, if this fellow continued to speak endlessly, it would really be hard to say what would happen. As expected, this fellow immediately shut his mouth the moment Xiao Yang's words sounded. Baihua by the side also glanced at the latter with a face of disdain. He was at the very least a Yuan king, yet he was so spineless. He was really able to say anything in order to survive. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the fear in Fu Yulong's heart finally relaxed. As long as Xiao Yang did not kill him, everything else was naturally fine. To him, his life was more important than anything else. If face was really so important, Fu Yulong would not have easily listened to the heavenly puppet sect's threats back then. I can spare your life, but you have to do something for me. Just as Fu Yulong was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Xiao Yang's words rang out once again. This caused the former's mind to shake as he hurriedly bowed and acknowledged. Xiao Yang ignored him and continued to speak. From today onwards, the Sea Cloud Palace will be under my command, and will be responsible for protecting the Liu clan of Qingyang City. If anything happens to the Liu clan, this subordinate is willing to pay with his life. This time, before Xiao Yang's words had sounded, Fu Yulong hurriedly agreed. Now was not the time for him to make a choice. His life was in Xiao Yang's hands, so whatever he wanted was naturally up to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was first taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he smiled with satisfaction. This fellow was really straightforward, immediately acknowledging the relationship between the two of them. In this way, he might not need to worry about the Liu clan from today onwards. At the very most, he could talk to ancestor Fen Tian about it when he returned, and there would be no more mishaps. The southern region could be considered safe. Remember your words. If anything happens to the Liu clan, you have to be careful of your life. Xiao Yang's somewhat dark and cold words caused Fu Yulong's expression to change once again. He hurriedly nodded his head respectfully. However, the former's tone immediately changed as he smiled. Of course, if your performance is appropriate, I will naturally remember it. I will refine a few pills for you in the future. Although I don't dare to say too much, it should not be a problem for you to reach the Origin King level. Fu Yulong's heart immediately shook when he heard the two words Origin King. Joy involuntarily flashed across his eyes. At his age, being able to break through to the Origin King level was already his greatest wish. Now that this strength had not come easily, he originally had no desire to pursue a higher realm. However, when he heard Xiao Yang's words, hope immediately surged in his heart once again. At that moment, he did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly acknowledged Xiao Yang's words. All right, let's end today's matter here. I still have things to do. As for this, there should be no need for me to say anything more, right? Xiao Yang slowly said as he glanced at Fu Yulong. This subordinate understands. Fu Yulong immediately replied respectfully when he heard this. Xiao Yang nodded. Only then did he look at Liu Yue by the side. He smiled slightly and said, "In that case, old mister, we will meet again next time." Liu Yue smiled and cupped his hands together. Upon seeing this, Liu Yue also hurriedly cupped his hands together. The current Xiao Yang had already grown to a level that they could only look up to. How could he have imagined that the young man whose cultivation was similar to his 3 years ago would actually grow to such a level in just 3 years, to the point where he could even affect the situation of the entire southern region? After which, Xiao Yang said a few more words to Fu Yulong. After the latter carefully noted it down, Xiao Yang's body moved, transforming into a black shadow as he once again shot into the sky. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest followed. In the blink of an eye, the group had once again disappeared before their eyes. At the same spot, Liu Yue and Fu Yulong blankly stared at Xiao Yang's departing figure. In the end, they sighed and looked at each other with indifferent eyes. Soon after, Fu Yulong led his group of subordinates and swiftly left this place. While Xiao Yang's group was on the road back to the western region, a human figure was standing outside of a certain cave in the distant empty space to the north at this moment. Suddenly, the space behind him suddenly distorted. Immediately, an old man in golden robes appeared behind this person. When the old man appeared, the figure in front of him immediately discovered him. He immediately turned around and respectfully bowed to the old man. Clan leader. Yes, Long Lin. How long has that little fellow been in the dragon cave? Hearing this, the old man gently nodded his head. Immediately, his deep gaze landed on the cave in front of him. He could clearly sense that there was a young figure seated in the depths of this cave. That person was the greatest hope of his faction. Clan leader, he has already been in there for 2 years. Oh, 2 years, huh? In that case, that little fellow has made quite a lot of progress in the dragon cave. Hearing the words of the person in front of him, a look of surprise involuntarily flashed across the old man's deep eyes. In 2 years' time, He had forcefully crossed 2 levels. This was much more than what he had expected back then. Chapter 1282. Western Region, Green Jade City. Everyone present immediately shifted their gazes away as a golden light flashed over the large open ground. When they looked over again, a couple of human figures had appeared on the open ground. They were surprisingly Xiao Yang's group. After the matter with Liu Kang City, Xiao Yang's group did not stop for the rest of their journey. When they arrived at Green Jade City, Xiao Yang looked at the somewhat familiar streets and alleys in front of him. Xiao Yang's mind seemed to recall the various things that had happened back then. However, as time passed, things remained the same but people had changed. This Western region had also undergone a great change. In the current Western region, the one who could truly be called an overlord was naturally the icily arrogant beauty in the Shilin mountain range, followed by Lu Zhongtian in the area of Sand River, and the Bai family of Green Hunchback Mountain that had prospered in recent years. These 3 forces each occupied a region. Among them, the Shilin mountain range was still ignorant of worldly affairs, and there were still countless human experts adventuring and training there. However, unlike before, the depths of the Shilin mountain range would be a dangerous place that everyone deeply understood in their hearts. Secondly, it was the area around Shahepu where Lu Zhongtian was located. The latter was famous for setting up an auction house, and had a rather high status in the Shilin region. Coupled with Lu Zhongtian's current powerful cultivation, his area was especially safe. Other than that, there was also the Bai clan that no one had expected. Most people in the Shilin region knew that the Bai family had once been one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after the 4 great sects were destroyed, the other 3 clans had been wiped out by someone overnight. Afterwards, the Bai family took over all the cities and mines under the 4 great sects, but very soon, the Bai family decisively abandoned the majority of the cities and mines. After rapidly collecting all the benefits, they basically occupied the region around Green Hunchback Mountain, rarely showing themselves again. The Bai family acted swiftly and decisively, collecting most of the benefits in the shortest amount of time possible before retreating to Green Hunchback Mountain. This allowed many people to understand why the 3 great clans had been wiped out. After that, there were even a few organizations that worked together to find the Bai family. However, when the Bai family took out 2 origin transformation experts, the various organizations that had gone to attack them were all destroyed. They did not even have the chance to surrender. It was also because of this that the Bai clan's name quickly spread throughout the Shilin region. Even so, they still remained in the vicinity of Green Hunchback Mountain and did not seem to have any intention of expanding their clan's influence. This caused many factions in the Shilin region to be suspicious. Outsiders didn't understand this point, but the Bai clan knew it very well. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand their influence. Everyone knew that only with a huge amount of resources could a clan grow rapidly. How could the Bai clan not have such thoughts? But the reality was that they couldn't do that. The Bai clan did not wish to become the second Qin wasteland Maze Valley. To them, the Shilin mountain range's Lungbingxuang was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the man standing behind her. Outside the vast mountain range, at the edge of the horizon, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, a few streaks of light suddenly flashed over, bringing along waves of sonic booms. At the same time, they had already appeared above the mountain range in the blink of an eye. After which, their figures suddenly paused and turned into a few figures. Xiao Yang was slightly stunned as he gazed at the familiar mountain range before him. This scene actually made him feel like he had returned home for a moment. Compared to the various disturbances in the outside world, this place was clearly much more peaceful. In particular, when he thought of Lungbingxuang, a smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yang's face. He then waved his hand and flew towards the depths of the Shilin mountain range with the people behind him. It was also when this group of people flew into the depths of the mountain range that a white-robed figure quickly flew out from a certain mountain peak. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly flew off in a certain direction. Xiao Yang, who was flying, frowned slightly. He was suspicious in his heart. Soon after, he ignored the figure and quickly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Very quickly, Several familiar figures appeared in front of Xiao Yang and the others one after another. Most importantly, the Ice Beauty, who usually devoted herself to cultivation, also appeared in front of Xiao Yang at this very moment. Looking at Xiao Yang, who was unharmed in front of her, Lung Bingshuang's cold and elegant face could not help but be a little moved. She naturally understood the dangers of the extreme south. However, Xiao Yang had been gone for 3 years. How could she not be worried? Now that she saw Xiao Yang return, the emotions in her heart were still affected. Her pair of beautiful eyes could not help but contain some hidden bitterness. On the other hand, Xiao Yang stepped forward and pulled the latter into his embrace. He ignored the struggle of the beauty in his embrace. His strong arms tightly locked the latter's delicate body. His mouth was close to her delicate ear as he gently said, "Sorry, I have returned." This simple sentence seemed to contain some kind of magic, causing Lung Bingshuang's struggling delicate body to slowly relax. After that, the little fairy doctor looked at the two people in front of her. A certain kind of expression gradually dimmed. Immediately, she quietly turned her head and no longer paid any attention to them. Bai Hua, Narwhal Snake and the others became familiar with each other. Xiaoya had met Lian before. However, the latter was still in a deep sleep at that time. Now that they had met, they were naturally more familiar with each other. In addition, these two women were considered to be of the same generation among the group. Hence, they chatted more freely. Li Bingrue, on the other hand, quickly blended together because of Lian. Only the little fairy doctor sat alone for a long time. When the 3 women regained their senses, the little fairy doctor had already disappeared. At this moment, 5 people were sitting around a table in Sky Eagle's cave. There were drinks on the table. The atmosphere was strong and everyone was chatting happily. In the mountain forest, Xiaoya brought the 2 women to a hut that Flame Lion and the others had built for her. This little girl was the eldest young lady of the Shalin mountain range. She relied on Lung Bingshuang's pampering. Usually, the brothers would pamper her everywhere. Everything here was also requested by this little girl. Although the design of the hut was not very good, the surrounding environment was quite suitable for the 3 women. Under such a beautiful environment, the 3 of them chatted happily. Xiao Yang and Lung Bingshuang came to the hinterland of Shalin. This place had already changed greatly. A magnificent ice palace had been built. Cold fog filled the air, turning this place into a paradise on earth. Lung Bingshuang pulled Xiao Yang into the depths of the ice palace. Xiao Yang gently pulled the latter's delicate body into his embrace. The 2 of them looked at each other. Their breathing gradually became rapid and hot. On a certain uninhabited mountain peak, the little fairy doctor, who was wearing a long white dress, was sitting alone. A pair of long and narrow eyes looked at the empty sky in the distance. There was a pair of white birds circling in the sky. They seemed to be comforting her, but also seemed to be mocking her. In this regard, the little fairy doctor could only smile foolishly. Sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Her mind once again recalled the words that Xiao Yang had said when he had saved her. "You are my responsibility." Chapter 1283. The next day, Xiao Yang had once again gathered everyone in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. His aim was naturally to discuss the official establishment of Xiao Gate in the western region. Although Xiao Yang had previously established Xiao Gate in the northern region, Xiao Yang was not familiar with the northern region. Currently, Xiao Gate in the northern region had been completely entrusted to the Sea tribe. Currently, Xiao Yang planned to officially establish Xiao Gate in the western region. At that time, they would wait until the Xiao Gate in the western region and the northern region had developed before they would officially merge. Additionally, the southern region still had the Burning Flame Valley as an ally. In this way, the western part of the continent would swiftly fall into the hands of Xiao Gate. This would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to Xiao Yang's future development. After a general explanation, everyone seated became eager to give it a try. Who did not dream of becoming a giant in the future and/or everyone? However, that was really too far away from them in the past. Now, however, Xiao Yang had placed this opportunity in front of them. Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with excitement. His eyes were filled with excitement. The establishment of Xiao Gate would establish a vast image in the western region. The rise of this extraordinary faction would cause countless people to feel reverence in their hearts. When the western region and the northern region merged in the future, Xiao Gate would become even larger. At that time, they would also become an expert in the eyes of countless people. Xiao Yang involuntarily smiled when he saw the yearning expression on the faces of everyone present. The establishment of Xiao Gate would not only become a guarantee for Leng Bingshuang and the rest, but it would also become the greatest support behind him. In this way, he would be able to head to the middle region with a peace of mind. However, Xiao Yang did not tell everyone present about his intention to head to the middle region. This was especially the case for Leng Bingshuang. He did not wish for the latter to be worried about him. Even more so, he did not wish for Leng Bingshuang to do anything rash because of him. After all, Xiao Yang did not intend to bring her along on this trip to the middle region. After this, Xiao Yang gave a detailed explanation about the ghost hall to everyone seated. Most of the people seated were aware of this mysterious and unfathomable faction. After all, the members of the ghost hall had also intervened during the decisive battle with the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley back then. Their impression of that battle was still fresh in their mind. However, when Xiao Yang told them about his encounter in the extreme south, the expressions on everyone's faces changed once again. This was especially the case for Leng Bingshuang. At this moment, a dense worry involuntarily surfaced on her beautiful face. Even though Xiao Yang was beside her at this moment. Although Xiao Yang's words sounded calm, everyone present could sense a dense, dangerous atmosphere. If it was not for the intervention of that mysterious expert at the end of that big battle, it was likely that they would not be able to see the current Xiao Yang. After knowing about the danger of the ghost hall, especially after learning that their target was actually Xiao Yang, everyone present revealed a disgusted expression. They already had an extremely bad impression of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost. Now that their gazes had landed on Xiao Yang, their expressions would naturally be ugly. Humph, a group of things that are neither human nor ghost actually dares to target the chief of our Xiao Gate. If we meet them in the future, we will definitely get them to return the favor. The Flame Lion's tone was dense as he scolded. Within his words, he had already placed himself in the position of a member of the Xiao clan. This caused the other people to burst into laughter. However, the only thing that did not change was the ruthlessness in everyone's eyes. Since that is the case, let us add the first firewood for the establishment of the Xiao Gate. Sky Eagle indifferently said. His gaze swept across the other people present. Everyone nodded their heads one by one upon seeing this. Soon after, numerous gazes uniformly landed on Xiao Yang. Everyone then stood up and cupped their hands towards Xiao Yang. Your subordinates greet Clan Master Xiao. After the discussion was completed, Xiao Yang told everyone about the following plan with a smile on his face. Other than recruiting experts, the most important point for the establishment of the Xiao Gate was naturally resources. The establishment of a faction naturally required a huge amount of resources to support it. As a super faction that was about to rise in the western region, the resources that the Xiao Gate required had naturally reached a level that was unimaginable by ordinary people. At the very least, it far exceeded the Qin Wasteland bewildering valley back then. Of course, given Xiao Yang's methods, it was naturally not difficult for him to obtain resources. This was especially the case now. At the same time that his cultivation had broken through to the Origin Emperor, his spiritual strength had also similarly broken through. From a certain point of view, the current Xiao Yang had already become a rank 6 alchemist. Such a status was naturally something that no one in the western region could compare with. Additionally, there were currently quite a number of medicinal pills that he had snatched from his opponents within his storage ring. If he were to auction these off, he should be able to exchange for quite a number of resources. Sky Eagle had also given a recommendation in regards to this. Naturally, it was Lu Zhongtian. That fellow was famous for opening auction houses and had once received help from Xiao Yang. Finding him to help with the auction was naturally the most appropriate choice. The resource aspect could be temporarily resolved. However, there was another big problem. They needed to gather quite a number of experts. Ever since the battle between them and the Qin Wasteland bewildering valley back then, The experts that they had brought from the northern region had already returned. It was indeed very difficult for Xiao Yang to gather experts within the western region. If he insisted on finding them, it was likely that he would have to use some methods. When he thought of this, Xiao Yang involuntarily recalled the person that he had sensed when they had arrived at the Shalin mountain range 2 days ago. If I remember correctly, that fellow's attire seems to be from the Bai clan? Xiao Yang muttered softly in his mouth. When he lifted his head, he coincidentally saw the little fairy doctor opposite him. As his gaze turned, the jade pendant that hung around the little fairy doctor's snow-white neck caused him to raise his eyebrows. He remembered that the jade pendant seemed to have originally belonged to Lian Er. Back then, when he had first rescued that lass, she had given that jade pendant to him. After Lian Er had awakened, Xiao Yang had returned it to her at the Burning Flame Valley. However, when he saw it now, it was likely that Lian Er had given it to this master of his. Xiao Yang involuntarily curled his mouth and smiled when he thought of this. He revealed a warm smile. This scene caused the expression on the little fairy doctor's face to change slightly. A bright light flashed deep within her pretty eyes. However, what Xiao Yang did not know was that Lian Er had given that jade pendant to the little fairy doctor in order to comfort her, whose complexion was extremely poor. In the little fairy doctor's memories, this jade pendant belonged to Xiao Yang. Chapter 1284. Western Region, Green Hunchback Mountain. The current Green Hunchback Mountain had already become the headquarters of the Bai clan. The place where the 4 great sects were stationed in the past had also become the place where the disciples of the Bai clan lived. Especially on the main peak of Green Hunchback Mountain, it was the residence of the upper echelons of the Bai clan. A clan that controlled a continuous mountain range. This was not only a kind of pride, it also symbolized that they would control endless resources. This was naturally something that made people jealous. However, no one dared to challenge them. At this moment, on the main peak of Green Hunchback Mountain, Bai Ying and his son were sitting in a grand hall with their brows tightly knitted. Their hearts were filled with hesitation. They had just received news that they seemed to have seen Xiao Yang's figure outside the Shalin mountain range. This was not a good thing for them. Sigh, that fellow caused a storm in the western region the last time he came back. I wonder what kind of big commotion he will cause this time. Father, why don't we go and negotiate? It can be considered as expressing our sincerity first. At the side, Bai Zhong hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Haha. Are the 2 of you that worried about my return? However, the instant his words sounded, a clear laughter suddenly sounded in the hall. The expressions of the Bai clan's father and son in the hall suddenly changed drastically. At almost the same time, the figure of an old man in white robes appeared beside the Bai clan's father and son. His old face was filled with a grave expression as he looked at the black-robed young man who slowly appeared in the hall. Although the black-robed young man in front of him did not reveal any aura, he could still feel a faintly discernible pressure from the latter's body. Just from this point alone, the old man was certain that the cultivation of the person in front of him was definitely far superior to his. How could this not cause his heart to feel heavy? He was certain that the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen in his life. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Yang smiled as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. A bright light flashed across his pitch-black eyes. If it was just a guess before, then at this moment, he was certain that the white-robed figure he saw outside the Shalin mountain range was indeed a member of the Bai clan. Xiao Yang. Bai Ying and his son's faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yang, who had suddenly appeared in the large hall. The emotions in their hearts instantly became tense. On the other hand, the white-robed old man in front of them glanced at the 2 people behind him from the corner of his eyes. He involuntarily sighed emotionally in his heart. Xiao Yang was indeed a frightening person to be able to cause the father and son, who were usually unmoved, to reveal such an expression in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the old man's gaze landed on Xiao Yang. His expression was grave and his heart was filled with caution. As he stealthily circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, he respectfully cupped his fists together towards Xiao Yang. By family, Bai Haoshuan, greets Mr. Xiao Yang. Bai Haoshuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he gazed at the black-robed young man before him. Back then, The black-robed young man who was as weak as an ant before him had now become an existence that even Bai Haoxuan had to look up to. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Bai Ying and his son behind him hurriedly recovered when they saw the old man act in this manner. They stood up together and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yang. Even their own ancestor had to treat Xiao Yang with respect, much less the rest of them. Xiao Yang gently nodded when he saw this. His eyes swept over Bai Haoxuan and surprise involuntarily flashed across his eyes. After many years of bitter training and the help of a large amount of resources, this old grandfather of the Bai clan had actually broken through the Origin King class. This kind of cultivation was not much different from Lengbing Shuang's. Bai Ying and his son had both reached the returnant stage. Their cultivation could be considered as one of the best in the entire western region. May I ask why Mr. Xiao Yang has come to my Bai clan? Bai Haoxuan stared closely at Xiao Yang as he slowly asked. It's nothing. It's just that the Bai clan seems to be very concerned about my return. Since I've returned, I naturally feel that I should pay a visit. The expressions of the two people behind Bai Haoxuan immediately changed when these words were uttered. In other words, Xiao Yang was already aware that they had dispatched people to wait outside of the Shilin mountain range. Immediately, the hearts of the father and son duo tightened. Could it be that Xiao Yang had come today to denounce them? With this thought in mind, the Genesis Qi in the Bai father and son's vortex began to surge as Bai Haoxuan's expression gradually darkened. In response, Xiao Yang pursed his lips into a smile and said, "There's no need to be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm not here today to denounce you. Instead, I have something to invite you to. Of course, you can also treat this as a threat." Invite. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the Bai clan trio could not help but reveal looks of suspicion on their faces. Soon after, Xiao Yang continued. "I will be establishing a faction in the western region, Xiao clan. The reason I've come today is to invite you to join my Xiao clan. Of course, I know that this news may be a little too sudden for you, so I'll wait for your news in half a month. If you're willing, please come to Yang City for a gathering. If you're not..." Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile when he reached the end of the painting, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the trio with a playful smile. Only when the trio's faces turned green from his words did he let out a soft chuckle. His figure turned around, but just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to speak again. "That's right, I don't want to say much about the matter of monitoring the Shilin mountain range. My friends and I don't like the feeling of being monitored, so I hope that you won't let me see such a thing again in the future." The hearts of the three of them suddenly sank the moment these words were uttered. Their breathing immediately became hurried and their foreheads were swiftly covered with perspiration. Only when they saw Xiao Yang turn around and leave did the horror in the depths of their hearts gradually calm down. It was a long time after Xiao Yang left that the trio in the hall slowly returned to their senses. Xiao Yang's words echoed in their minds as they gradually felt a pressure in their hearts. Xiao clan. Xiao Yang intends to dominate the western region, the old man slowly muttered. His deep old eyes stared at the flame on the candlestick at the side as his heart was filled with mixed feelings. When Xiao Yang had destroyed the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, Bai Ying had predicted that Xiao Yang's faction would become another huge monster in the western region. At that time, they would also be threatened. The reason why these clans had been monitoring the Shilin mountain range was because of this. However, now that Xiao Yang had returned, the words he had said had already left them with no room to refute. Chapter 1285. After leaving Green Hunchback Mountain, Xiao Yang headed west and soon arrived at Yang City. Arriving at this familiar city once again, a beautiful figure immediately surfaced in Xiao Yang's mind. It was Jin Yao. Thinking back, he had obtained many treasures from her, especially the 1,000-fan tree. It was still alive and standing in his storage ring. If not for the fact that he did not expect his ancestor to have such a relationship with the Burning Flame Valley's ancestor, the 1,000-fan tree would have been his first choice in exchanging for the geocentric body elixir. Putting that aside, Xiao Yang also had a good impression of Jin Yao. Now that he thought about it, with that woman's intelligence, she should be living quite well in Yang City. Arriving at the 1,000 Medicine House once again, The place had indeed changed greatly. Not only was it much larger than before, even the guards at the door had reached the Do-Di class. Seeing the two middle-aged men wearing the uniform of guards standing in front of the door, Xiao Yang could not help but nod his head. Just as he was about to walk into the house, his eyes suddenly paused. His gaze once again returned to the two guards. His gaze landed on their chests. There was a family crest clearly embroidered there, with the word Sheng embroidered on it. Xiao Yang immediately knit his brows when he saw this scene. He raised his head and took a look. The three large words "Thousand Medicinal House" entered his eyes. He had indeed come to the right place. However, these two guards clearly did not belong to this place. While Xiao Yang's heart was filled with doubt, he continued to walk forward. Just as he reached the door, the two guards suddenly moved and each of them blocked Xiao Yang's path. "Get lost. Don't you see that the Sheng family is here? The Thousand Medicine House is not accepting any guests today." At the same time that the curses were spat out from their mouths, the two middle-aged men simultaneously pushed their palms toward Xiao Yang's shoulders. Xiao Yang frowned, but his footsteps did not pause. He allowed the palms of the two men to land on his shoulders. His footsteps did not stop. The moment their palms made contact with Xiao Yang's body, the two guards suddenly sensed an incomparably frightening and powerful force. Their bodies were sent flying because of this. At the same time, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength spread out. Everything that happened in the Thousand Medicine House was recorded in Xiao Yang's mind. At this moment, in a sealed room in the Thousand Medicine House, a man and a woman were inside. The woman was undoubtedly Jin Yarrow. However, at this moment, the red dress she was wearing was almost torn. Most of her body was exposed to the air. Her beautiful face was full of fear. Tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Everything had turned into a hopeless situation. At this moment, Jin Yarrow was being teased by the man in front of her. Even death had become an extravagant hope. At this moment, in front of Jin Yarrow, a rich young man dressed in a brocade robe was staring at Jin Yarrow with a lewd smile. Looking at her snow-white and voluptuous body, he could not help but lick his lips. Then, he pounced on the woman in front of him again. Outside the door, several guards looked at the situation in the room through the crack of the door. Each of them had a lewd expression on their faces. However, at this moment, a cold murderous intent caused the smiles on their faces to gradually disappear. Then, it turned into fear. "Ha ha ha ha, Jin Yao, I've spent so much manpower and resources on you, yet you still dare to ignore this young lord. Today, no matter what, this young lord will take you down. I will let you know what it means to beg for death." With a sinister laugh, the man once again pounced on Jin Yao. His Do-Chi was attached to his hands as he ruthlessly pressed Jin Yao onto the bed. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape from the man's grasp. Looking at the man's crazy actions, Jin Yao's heart was filled with grief. At this moment, she really wished she could commit suicide to end all troubles. However, the cyclone in her body was sealed by the man in front of her. Any attempt to commit suicide would be blocked by him. Right now, she was afraid that she could only be at his mercy. However, at this moment, bang, there was a loud explosion behind her. The tightly closed door was knocked open by someone. Several figures were knocked into the room by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they lost all signs of life. The young man in front of the bed was also shocked by this sudden change and took a few steps back. Because of this, Jin Yarrow had a moment to catch her breath. Looking at the guards who had already lost their vitality on the ground, a terrified expression immediately appeared on the man's face. He hurriedly turned his head to look. A figure whose face could not be seen clearly was slowly walking into the room under the sunlight. The light disappeared, revealing a handsome face. This caused the young man in front of him and Jin Yarrow, who was curled up on the bed, to be stunned for a moment. The man naturally did not expect that a little brat would be able to so easily kill the guards he had brought with him. In fact, he had even come out unscathed. Jin Yarrow was shocked that he had once again appeared in the nick of time when she was in danger. This involuntarily caused the depths of the latter's heart to tremble a little. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? To think that he dares to disturb me. Don't you know that I'm a member of the Sheng clan? If you dare to disturb my mood, I'll make sure you suffer. Although the black-robed man before him seemed extraordinary, the young man was confident that his Sheng clan was not to be trifled with. His Sheng clan was undoubtedly the overlord in the Yang City area. However, Xiao Yang acted as though he did not hear the young man's threatening words. His gaze turned and landed on Jin Yao, who was currently curled up on the bed. He opened his mouth slightly and slowly walked forward. With a random clench of his hand, he used his Genesis Chi to form a black robe that covered Jin Yao's naked body. Only after which did he turn his head to look at the young man. The young man's face instantly turned green when he saw that Xiao Yang actually dared to ignore him. Anger rose in his heart as Do Qi gathered in his hand and a punch was viciously thrown at Xiao Yang. Bang! However, when this fist smashed onto Xiao Yang's body, the strength that erupted from the fist was returned to him by a few times. This strike sent his body flying. Only at this moment did this young man realize just how frightening this black-robed, young man in front of him was. You, who exactly are you? Xiao Yang completely ignored the trembling voice of this young man. He slowly stepped forward, slowly raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers. The horror on the young man's face also became denser. Immediately, he hurriedly let out a loud cry and said, "Don't worry. You can't kill me. My grandfather is Sheng Dong of the Sheng clan. You can't kill me." Unfortunately, the young man's body was swallowed into the endless void as he shouted. Chapter 1286. After casually killing the young man, the cold and detached expression on Xiao Yang's face slowly returned to normal. He turned around, his gaze once again landing on Jin Yao, who was still curled up on the bed. He slowly walked towards the bed and reached out a hand to gently tug on Jin Yao's black robes as he said in a gentle voice, "I've made you suffer." The moment these words were uttered, it was as though the pillar of the embankment had been pulled apart. Her eyes, which were filled with tears, were unable to be stopped. Following this, Jin Yao's throat also emitted a sorrowful cry. Her soft lovely body suddenly pounced into Xiao Yang's embrace and cried out loudly. Xiao Yang was also stunned by Jin Yao's sudden action. Soon after, he returned to his senses and wrapped his arm around Jin Yao's shoulders, allowing the latter to vent the emotions in her heart. At the same time, after the young man was killed by Xiao Yang with one hand, the expression of an old man, who was originally admiring the fish beside a pond in a huge manor outside of Yang City, suddenly changed drastically. His shriveled hand hurriedly flipped and a broken jade tablet appeared in his palm. This. Kai he. Anger immediately rose in the old man's heart as he stared at the completely broken jade tile in his hand. Boundless Genesis Chi frantically circulated in his body, causing ripples to form in the calm pond water. Who killed my Kai? As a hoarse roar of anger sounded from the old man's mouth, powerful energy undulations immediately unfurled from his body, destroying everything in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the old man's gaze instantly locked onto a certain direction, where Yang City was located. His grandson had clearly brought a group of experts to Yang City this morning. He knew what his grandson was going to do. Could it be that woman? The rage in the old man's heart grew even stronger at this thought. With a flip of his hand, he kept the broken jade tile into his storage ring. As he lifted his head, a chilling voice filled with killing intent slowly spat out. Jin Yao, if this old man catches you, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your bones before tearing your corpse into 10,000 pieces. The moment he finished speaking, the old man stomped his foot on the ground. The ground under his feet exploded and cracks spread out rapidly. The old man's figure also disappeared from the manor in an instant. Inside the 1,000 medicine house, Xiao Yang had slaughtered every other member of the Sheng family. After that, Xiao Yang and Jin Yao, who was dressed in black robes, arrived at the backyard of the 1,000 medicine house. I heard you went to the Southern Territory 3 years ago after the Battle of Maze Valley with Qin Wasteland ended. At this moment, Jin Yao had regained her composure. With a gentle expression, she looked at Xiao Yang in front of her and slowly handed him a cup of tea. Hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled and nodded. I originally came from the southern region. Back then, something happened to a friend there, so I hurried over. But now, everything has been resolved. I also heard that you and that person in the Shaolin mountain range, seemed to have an unusual relationship. At this point, Jin Yaro looked at Xiao Yang with a flicker in her beautiful eyes. The latter could not help but smile when he heard this. He placed the cup of tea back on the table and said slowly, "You must be talking about Leng Shuangshuang. You're talking about Leng Bing Shuang, right? She's my wife now." As soon as he said this, Jin Yaro, who was pouring tea for Xiao Yang, suddenly moved. The smile on her beautiful face involuntarily faded a little. After her eyes flickered slightly, she continued to pour tea for Xiao Yang with a smile. "Then, you came back this time to take her away. Someone is coming." As soon as Jin Yaro finished speaking, Xiao Yang said this. While the former was slightly stunned, a stream of light suddenly fell from the sky in the courtyard where the two of them were. It crashed heavily into the courtyard, and an invisible energy immediately swept out with a cloud of dust. However, when it approached Xiao Yang and Jin Yaro, it separated on its own as if it had hit a wall. "Jin Yaro," in the cloud of dust, a low and hoarse old man's voice slowly came out. It was not difficult to hear the cold killing intent in that voice. Hearing this, Jin Yaro could not help but frown slightly. Compared to before, there was less fear in her heart now. With Xiao Yang's existence, Jin Yaro no longer had to fear anyone. A cool breeze swept across the courtyard, and the dust in the courtyard was quickly washed away, revealing an old figure in a brocade robe. At this time, although the latter had already noticed the existence of Jin Yaro, he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he looked cautiously at Xiao Yang, who was facing him sideways. Although the latter did not make a move, the old man could still faintly sense that this black-robed man was not simple. Perhaps, this person was the one who killed his grandson. Looking at the black-robed man in front of him who had clearly killed someone but was still drinking tea calmly, the anger in the old man's heart grew even more. What gave him such confidence? "Boy, you are the one who killed this old man's grandson?" After a long while, the old man slowly said in a low voice. "If you're Sheng Dong, then there's no mistaking it." Xiao Yang did not pay any attention to that. He gently raised the teacup before him and took a sip. His face was indifferent. He was only an early returnance expert. His cultivation level was not enough for him to take him seriously. Seeing that this murderer was actually still so calm and composed, Sheng Dong's old body could not help but tremble. The majestic energy in his body continued to surge out. Within his pair of shady old eyes, the fury that was filled with killing intent could no longer be suppressed. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly flashed. Following a white light that flashed past, his figure appeared in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. The 5 fingers of his right hand curled into a claw and violently grabbed at Xiao Yang's throat. At the same time, Xiao Yang's face also fell into Sheng Dong's eyes. At this moment, Sheng Dong's pupils suddenly shrank, and his emotions instantly turned into shock. How can it be? Boom! Following a muffled collision sound, Xiao Yang's left hand had unknowingly landed on the old man's chest. Xiao Yang's hand shook slightly and a force surged out like an erupting volcano. It sent Sheng Dong flying in front of him with one strike. When Sheng Dong's body smashed onto the ground, he was in a miserable state. However, he did not have the time to put up any resistance. His body hurriedly climbed up from the ground and knelt down toward Xiao Yang with a terrified face. He said in a panic, "I did not know it was Sir Xiao Yang who had arrived. Please forgive me for my ignorance." The moment these words were uttered, not only Jin Yaro, but even Xiao Yang felt a little surprised. It was unexpected that this old man actually recognized him and was even able to display such an attitude when his grandson was killed. He was really not an ordinary person. Chapter 1287. You recognize me? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow when he heard Sheng Dong's words as he slowly asked. "Sir, when you fought against the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, I was one of the people you saved from the western valley of Ping Mountain. After that, I helped you to defeat the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. Only then did I recognize you." Sheng Dong hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred between him and Xiao Yang when he heard this. The latter immediately came to a sudden understanding upon hearing these words. After that battle, Xiao Yang had once again distributed quite a number of medicinal pills to them. Hence, a portion of them had already reached the origin transformation stage and above. This Sheng Dong in front of him could be considered to have benefited quite a lot. However, Sheng Dong's grandson had died at his hands. This matter was probably, I see. It was all thanks to your assistance in that battle. Xiao Yang nodded and said with a smile. You are too polite, sir. It is only natural that you saved us from danger. You are very good, but your grandson's conduct was improper. He almost harmed my friend. Fortunately, I arrived in time today. Otherwise, it would have caused a great disaster. At that time, the Sheng family would probably, before he could finish speaking, Sheng Dong's pupils abruptly shrank. His kneeling body hurriedly sank down as a look of fear appeared on his face. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and hurriedly explained, "Sir, you are right. My lord, you're right. My grandson brought this upon himself. He deserves it. When Sheng Dong returns, I'll definitely discipline my clansmen and make sure they don't cause any more trouble." Even though Sheng Dong was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still forcefully clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as he said these words. What else could he do now that things had developed to this stage? Xiao Yang had already used the Sheng clan as a threat. If he dared to disobey, it was likely that the clan behind him would also be threatened. Today, his grandson was dead. He could not find any reason, nor could he find any reason to avenge him. Just like what he said, he only had himself to blame. Soon after, Sheng Dong dragged his heavily injured body and left Yang City. On the streets, Sheng Dong's old face was pale and his hair was disheveled. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with tears. Under his sleeves, his withered hands were tightly clenched into fists. His heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. On both sides of the street, countless people stared at the usually high and mighty Sheng family ancestor. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The moment he stepped out of the city gates, his body finally trembled violently. A large mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth and he nearly fell to the ground. Inside the Thousand Medicine House, Xiao Yang slowly put down his teacup and shook his head. With a soft sigh, he leapt and disappeared from Yang City. Jin Yarrow couldn't help but frown as she watched Xiao Yang leave. Her jade-like hands gently stroked her black robes as her beautiful eyes flashed. After Xiao Yang left Yang City, he continued to head west. A couple of hours later, he appeared in the middle of the Sand River. The current Sand River shop was undoubtedly much more prosperous than a few years ago. As the border between the Shilin region and the Western Wastelands, this place witnessed countless people coming and going every day. Various rare treasures were constantly exchanged. At the same time, this was where Lu Zhongtian currently resided. Lu Zhongtian currently had his auction houses scattered all over the Western Wastelands. With Sand River Shop being his headquarters, the auction house here was the largest. Its degree of prosperity was also unimaginable. Rank 4 pills, spirit tier chi methods and dose skills that were rarely seen in the past frequently appeared in Lu Zhongtian's auction houses. Sometimes, even rank 5 pills would appear. Even some origin kings would be tempted by pills of that level, let alone ordinary experts. Today, Xiao Yang had come to Sand River Shop to find Lu Zhongtian to help him auction his pills. Moreover, all the pills that were to be auctioned were all rank 5 and above. Most of the pills were obtained by Xiao Yang from his opponent's storage rings. Although there were some pills that were extremely valuable, it was a pity that the current Xiao Yang no longer had any interest in these pills regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation level or eyesight. Rather than storing them in a storage ring, it was better to auction them. A moment later, Xiao Yang's figure appeared in front of the largest auction house in Sand River Shop. The grand scene could be said to be the most impressive auction house that Xiao Yang had ever seen. This was where Lu Zhongtian was located. Although there were many barriers and there were even quite a number of formations deliberately blocking him, Xiao Yang was still able to clearly sense Lu Zhongtian's location given his current spiritual strength. He immediately smiled slightly and walked towards the entrance of the auction house. After the previous incident, Xiao Yang's gaze subconsciously landed on the 2 tall and sturdy figures standing at the entrance when he arrived at the entrance this time. After confirming that they were indeed people from the auction house, he laughed involuntarily in his heart and was about to step through. Wait a moment. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to step past the two of them each took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yang. Seeing this, Xiao Yang could not help but frown. He did not expect that there would be so much trouble entering the auction house. What is it? Xiao Yang frowned a little impatiently. However, this was Lu Zhongtian's territory after all, so he could only suppress his impatience and slowly ask. Kid, it's not impossible for you to enter my clan's auction house, but you must at least possess a cultivation of the origin transformation stage or be auctioning an item of equivalent value to a tier 4 pill. Otherwise, you should obediently return. Xiao Yang could not help but be taken aback when he heard this. He did not expect Lu Zhongtian's requirements to be so high. There were not many experts above the origin transformation stage in the western regions to begin with, yet Lu Zhongtian had used this as a screening criteria. Even a tier 4 pill had become the minimum requirement. Xiao Yang could not help but laugh to himself when he thought of this. He was just about to adjust the Genesis Chi in his body when his gaze quickly turned and a crafty glint flashed across it. He raised his head and his gaze once again looked at the two large men in front of him as he slowly smiled and said, "Since that is the case, I'll auction the pill." The two men could not help but be taken aback when they heard this. They looked at the ordinary-looking young man in black robes before them and somewhat hesitantly asked in their hearts. "Kid, you said you want to auction a tier 4 pill?" "Tier 4 pill, huh? I don't have any," Xiao Yang smiled. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to instantly become gloomy. Daring to tease them in this place was not a wise choice. Soon after, however, just as the two of them were about to throw the black-robed young man in front of them out, Xiao Yang's following words caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to suddenly become dull. "I only have tier 5 pills in my possession." Chapter 1288. Sand River. In a brightly lit hall, Xiao Yang lazily sat on a chair. His gaze swept up and down the layout of the hall, and he could not help but be surprised. Lu Zhongtian had been living a prosperous life these past few years, and this guest hall was quite unique. From the building materials to the array layout in the hall, everything was unique. Just from the array layout here, if an expert below King Yuan wanted to cause trouble here, they would have to pay a great price. Just as Xiao Yang was looking around, an old man quickly rushed over from outside the hall. Before he arrived, his apologetic voice could already be heard. "Hehe, I'm really sorry to have made Mr. wait for so long. This old man is the manager here. Because our president is hosting the auction at the front desk, I accidentally neglected Mr. I hope you don't blame me." As his voice fell, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Seeing such a young black-robed youth in front of him, the old man could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He did not expect that the customer who wanted to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill would actually be a young man. "Mister, you really want to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill?" After a long while, the old man slowly spoke with a suspicious expression. He really found it hard to believe. How could such a young man take out a rank 5 medicinal pill? Even if he really did, how could he bear to bring it to the auction house? Was he not afraid that someone would kill him to steal the treasure? Seeing this, Xiao Yang smiled non-committally and did not say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger, and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed with light. Following that, dozens of jade bottles containing medicinal pills appeared on the tea table at the side. There were more than 30 jade bottles, and in each jade bottle, there was at least one medicinal pill. Moreover, they were all rank 5 medicinal pills without a doubt. The expression on the old man's face was immediately startled as he looked at the pile of jade bottles in front of him that were about to fill the entire table. Immediately, he swiftly picked up a jade bottle in front of Xiao Yang's smiling eyes. After opening it, he carefully inspected the medicinal pill within it. As the jade bottle was opened, a rich pill fragrance immediately gushed out. The special medicinal power contained within caused the old man's mind to sway. He had naturally seen many rank 5 medicinal pills. Although the one in front of him was not the best, in comparison, the quality of the rank 5 medicinal pills was definitely not bad. "It is indeed rank 5. Finally, the old man nodded with a solemn expression. His deep gaze slowly swept across the other jade bottles, and a look of shock surged on his face at the same time. There was no doubt that since even the bottle of medicinal pills he casually chose was rank 5, the quality of the rest of the medicinal pills was naturally without a doubt. And these 30 over medicinal pills were actually all tier 5 medicinal pills. If such a number of them appeared in the Western region, they would probably cause a great commotion. Sir, are you really sure that all of these medicinal pills should be auctioned? After confirming the grades of these medicinal pills, the old man no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him. To be able to take out so many rank 5 medicinal pills in one go, this kind of wealth was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. After all, even with their auction house's foundation, the number of rank 5 medicinal pills in their current inventory was no more than 2 hands. Therefore, the old man could conclude at this moment that the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Auction all of them. I have no use for them. Additionally, I hope that this matter can be resolved within half a month. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the old man in front of him was stunned. He was naturally aware of the value of a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, this black-robed young man in front of him had actually so casually said that it was useless for him to keep them. If these words were to be heard by an ordinary person, it was likely that that person would be angered half to death. The thing that shocked him the most was that Xiao Yang actually requested for all of these medicinal pills to be auctioned off within half a month. This was the first time that this old man had heard of such a request after living for so long. The old man was not in a hurry to keep these jade bottles in front of him. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he sat opposite Xiao Yang. His face was filled with caution as he smiled apologetically at Xiao Yang. In his heart, he could only anxiously wait for the chairman of his own auction house to arrive in time. It was likely that only he would be able to handle such a situation. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Yang's gaze finally once again looked towards the outside of the hall. Within his spiritual perception, a somewhat familiar aura was hurrying towards this place. The owner of that aura was indeed Lu Zhongtian. At the same time, the old man sitting opposite Xiao Yang had similarly discovered the latter's arrival. Immediately, the nervous emotions in his heart relaxed slightly. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Wang Xian, what exactly happened? Outside the hall, Lu Zhongtian frowned and hurriedly inquired when he saw the steward swiftly approaching. Similarly, Wang Xian did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly recounted everything that had happened to Lu Zhongtian. Upon hearing this, the latter's face involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Immediately, he lifted his head to look at the mysterious black-robed young man in the middle of the hall. However, when his gaze landed on the black-robed figure who had already stood up, the expression on his face gradually froze. In the hall, Xiao Yang had a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, who had not changed much compared to a few years ago, and slowly said, "It's been 3 years since we last met. How have you been?" "Naturally well. It's all thanks to you that I can have today and my current cultivation." After a pause, Lu Zhongtian slowly opened his mouth with a smile. In the past 3 years, with the aid of the medicinal pills Xiao Yang had given him back then and some opportunities, Lu Zhongtian's cultivation had already reached the Origin King realm. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the ancestor of the Bai clan, Bai Haoshuan. Subsequently, Lu Zhongtian walked forward and lowered his head slightly to look at the medicinal pills on the table. He could not help but laugh involuntarily. No wonder you can scare the steward of my auction house to such an extent. In the entire Western region, I'm afraid that only you can take out such a sum. After these words were spoken, Xiao Yang could not help but sneer. Immediately, Lu Zhongtian continued, "Tell me, why are you auctioning so many medicinal pills? With your status, you don't seem like someone who lacks money. I want to establish a faction in the Western region, but my personal wealth is not enough. Therefore, I plan to auction these medicinal pills." Hearing this, Lu Zhongtian's brows immediately twitched. There was some surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would already have such a plan when he saw him again. There was no need to think too much, he knew what would happen in the future. The faction that Xiao Yang wanted to establish would definitely dominate the entire Western region. "Do you need my help?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." The reason I came to Sand River Shop this time was firstly to ask you to help me auction these medicinal pills. Secondly, I hope to form an alliance with the faction under your command." Xiao Yang smiled indifferently. If he could also form an alliance with Lu Zhongtian, the growth of the Xiao clan would definitely be extremely terrifying. When he left, he would naturally not have to worry about anything in the western region. Haha, that won't do. However, Lu Zhongtian's reply caused Xiao Yang to be slightly taken aback. This was something that he had not expected. If Lu Zhongtian was unwilling, rather than forming an alliance, I feel that it's better to directly join. Chapter 1289. At the same time that Xiao Yang met Lu Zhongtian, Tian Ying and the others quickly purchased all the shops in the city with the spirit stones that Xiao Yang had given them. The news that Xiao Yang was going to establish the Xiao clan quickly spread throughout the Shilin region as if it had grown wings. As for Leng Bingshuang, the latter directly rushed to the western wilderness region and went straight to the Murong family. Not only did the establishment of the Xiao clan require the support of all the factions in the Shilin region, the Murong family, who lived in seclusion in the western wilderness region, had also become a target for them to rope in. Especially with their relationship with Leng Bingshuang, Xiao Yang believed that the chances of getting the Murong family to form an alliance with the Xiao clan was not small. Xiao Yang's name once again swept through the western region at lightning speed when news spread from all over the place. A countless number of factions were once again shocked by this name. All of them recalled the soul-stirring battle 3 years ago. The Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, which was an old overlord of the western region, had been forcefully destroyed by Xiao Yang. Ever since then, Xiao Yang had suddenly disappeared. Originally, everyone thought that the western region had come to an end. Quite a number of experts had swarmed out and the various large factions had repeatedly competed with each other. Now that Xiao Yang had once again returned, he had shocked the western region the moment he attacked. It seemed that he was about to become the top overlord of the western region. A few days later, in the Sheng family's manor outside Yang City, Sheng Dong's heart was heavy when he heard the news from his clansmen. His grandson had died at the hands of Xiao Yang. Not only was he unable to do anything to the latter, Xiao Yang's Xiao clan, which was about to rise, had once again threatened the existence of his Sheng family. Now that Yang City was the headquarters of the Xiao clan, once the Xiao clan flourished, they would definitely become the overlord of the western regions. Moreover, his Sheng family was currently so close to the Xiao clan. If he did anything against them, he would definitely be immediately discovered. At that time, it would be difficult for his Sheng family to protect themselves. A few days ago, he had been forced by Xiao Yang and the injuries in his body had yet to fully recover. Now that he thought of this, Sheng Dong's face became increasingly pale. "Father, Kaya died in the hands of that Xiao Yang, and now he's being so aggressive and wants to kill our Sheng family. We can't just sit and wait for death, even if we have to die, Pa." At the side, the middle-aged man's face was filled with unwillingness as he rebuked angrily. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by Sheng Dong. His pale old face was filled with an expression of exasperation. "Bastard! Kai is already dead. Do you still want to send the bloodline of my Sheng family to death?" Sheng Dong's face was filled with rage and killing intent surged in his eyes. However, he suppressed it in the end. Do you know how the Bai family was able to achieve its current status? Who didn't know that the Bai family was ranked last among the 4 great families of the Heavenly Sword sect? They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the sect's internal affairs. But now, Xiao Yang killed my grandson. This old man will never forget this matter. However, if you want revenge, it's definitely not something that can be achieved by fighting with all of your emotions. Sheng Dong took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The expression on his old face gradually returned to normal. A smile appeared on his pale old face. He helped the middle-aged man up and slowly said, "Send my message. From today onwards, my Sheng family will be a subordinate force of the Xiao clan." The next day, the news of the Sheng family submitting to the Xiao clan rapidly spread throughout the Shilin region. Immediately, countless forces moved. Very quickly, some of the more reputable families and forces expressed their intentions to join the Xiao clan. In an instant, The Shilin region was filled with flags that belonged to the Xiao clan. Within Yang City, a majestic large hall rose from the ground. Numerous pavilions were swiftly built. In less than half a month, all the large and small shops within Yang City had been completely demolished. Instead, they were replaced with a large hall that belonged to Xiao Gate. There was even an enormous black rock erected outside of the eastern city gate of Yang City. If one were to look carefully, the appearance of this rock was actually exactly the same as Xiao Yang's heavy Xian ruler. On this rock, there were two bright golden words Xiao Gate carved on it. On the other side, Lu Zhongtian's auction that would last for half a month was also in full swing in the Sand River shop. Dozens of Tier 5 pills. This kind of extravagance had alarmed many hidden families and forces in the western region. Among those people, there were even a few experts whose cultivation had reached the Origin King realm. Such a situation caused Lu Zhongtian to not dare to be careless. Continuously auctioning Tier 5 pills for half a month. This kind of activity could be said to be the first grand occasion in the western region in 100 years. In the auction house, there were only a few hundred people in the large space. This situation seemed bleak, but in reality, the people present already included the majority of the experts in the western region. If these people could gather together, they would definitely be a terrifying force. As for them, they were all here for the Tier 5 medicinal pills. Everyone, the next item will be the finale of today's auction. It's also a Tier 5 pill called the Mirror Breaker pill. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian once again took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. There were many such jade bottles within his storage ring. However, in order to obtain the greatest benefit, he still maintained the practice of only auctioning off 3 of them each day. In this way, he would be able to fulfill the request that Xiao Yang had raised while also being able to raise the value of the medicinal pill to the greatest extent. Naturally, it could be considered as having the best of both worlds. When the Mirror Breaker pill was mentioned, a series of gasps immediately rang out in the auction house. Everyone obviously knew the effects of the Mirror Breaker pill. It was a Class 5 pill that could allow Origin transformation experts to break through to returnants. There were quite a few late Origin transformation experts present, and they could not help but burn with desire when they saw the Mirror Breaker pill. Of course, the Origin Kings seated at the front also had their eyes set on the Mirror Breaker pill. There were obviously many juniors who were about to reach late Origin transformation in their clans or elders. If they could bring back the Mirror Breaker pill, they would obviously be able to increase their strength. These experts obviously would not miss out on something that would benefit them. The starting price is 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. The upper limit is 50,000. Please. Although the treasure was good, the price made the expressions of quite a few people present change. The continuous days of competition and auction had already caused them to use up quite a lot of spirit stones, and there was no lack of people who had used up all their wealth. At this moment, even the Origin Kings in the front row could not help but change their expressions when they heard Lu Zhongtian's price. It was very obvious that even they were feeling the strain. Chapter 1290. In the auction house, the few people sitting in the front row exchanged glances with each other. A dark and ruthless expression flashed across their eyes. Soon after, these few people once again returned their gazes to the auction stage at this moment. Their gazes were somewhat unfriendly as they looked at Lu Zhongtian on the stage. One of the old men hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chairman Lu, although we all know that the value of this breaking mirror pill is quite high, isn't it a little too much for you to raise the price like this? These few days, we have not said much on account of the fact that it is a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, if you continue to raise the price like this, don't blame us for not buying it. After the old man's voice sounded, his somewhat threatening gaze slowly swept over the crowd behind him. Sensing the cold gaze of the old man, the faces of the people who were originally planning to raise the price immediately revealed a fearful expression. Immediately, they became silent. Although the rules of the auction house did not allow anyone to use any threatening methods here, they were after all experts at the level of King Yuan. Naturally, no one could stop them from doing whatever they wanted to do. After which, the old man once again returned his gaze to the auction stage with a cold smile. He smiled as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, whose expression had darkened. There was no fear in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I am only following the arrangement of the customer with this price. If everyone is willing, you can bid for it. If not, please leave this place." Lu Zhongtian naturally understood the meaning behind the words of these people. They did not wish to lower the auction price of the medicinal pill and take away the medicinal pill at a low price. The threatening gaze earlier was directed at the auctioneers as well as him. It was likely that if he was unwilling to lower the price, this fellow would influence the wishes of the people behind. In this way, this medicinal pill would naturally be unable to be auctioned. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, the old man below the stage immediately revealed a displeased expression. He stood up and a pair of dark old eyes stared intently at Lu Zhongtian as he coldly said, "Lu Zhongtian, I advise you not to be too arrogant. This old man knows that you have joined that whatever Xiao Gate, but this is not enough to be your backing. It is merely established by a few King Yuan. If we were to really compete together, our few large clans would not be the slightest bit afraid. You better not give yourself. You seem to be a little too confident in yourself." However, it was also at this moment that a calm voice suddenly sounded out from a certain place in the auction house. Although the voice was not loud, it was enough to attract the attention of everyone present. Even Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, also looked over with a face full of suspicion. He knew that Xiao Yang was not in the sand shop, and that voice did not belong to him. When everyone looked over, in a corner of the auction house, a man and two women slowly stood up. At a glance, the woman was undoubtedly Leng Bing Shuang. As for the middle-aged man, he was dressed in a green robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His awe-inspiring gaze was fixed on the old man who had just spoken. Noticing the three people who stood up, the old man frowned and his heart sank. A bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. "I am Xiao Gate, Mu Ronghao." After pausing for a moment, the middle-aged man slowly spoke. At the same time, a powerful aura that was comparable to a 7-star origin king instantly spread out from his body, causing the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. The old man's expression turned deathly pale the instant Mu Ronghao's words sounded. This Mu Ronghao was the fourth brother of the Mu Rong clan. As for the woman on Leng Bing Shuang's right, she was Mu Rong Qianqian, who had already returned to the clan 3 years ago. When he first heard the two words Xiao Gate and then felt the majestic aura pressure from Mu Ronghao's body, fear immediately surged in the old man's heart. He did not expect that there would be other experts from the Xiao Gate other than Lu Zhongtian. What was even more unexpected was that the person who came was actually a 7-star origin king. At that moment, even the expressions of the other origin kings beside the old man changed. After a moment of hesitation, they quickly changed seats and put some distance between them and the old man. The old man's face could not help but twitch when he saw this. He could not help but curse inside. After looking around, he looked at Mu Ronghao with an awkward smile and said in an embarrassed tone, "Senior brother Mu Ronghao, I'm sorry, senior brother Mu Rong. I only spoke in a moment of anger. I did not have any intention of insulting the Xiao Gate. I hope that Mr. does not take offense. As for this medicinal pill, the employer of this medicinal pill is the leader of the Xiao Gate." Seeing that the old man had taken the initiative to admit defeat, Lu Zhongtian on the stage could not help but sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's retreating figure suddenly stiffened. Before he could do anything, two cold gazes suddenly shot over from behind, causing the old man's skinny body to involuntarily tremble. Cold sweat immediately gushed out from his body as he hurriedly said, "If that's the case, then this medicinal pill. I'll take it. I wonder how much Mr. is willing to pay." Lu Zhongtian laughed mockingly and said, 10,000, 50,000. I'll pay 50,000. As soon as the old man's voice fell, his expression changed and he hurriedly changed his words. He could not care less. Under the gaze of everyone present, he hurriedly took out all the remaining spirit stones in his storage ring. After taking the medicinal pill, he hurriedly left. In front of a 7-star origin king, his initial origin king cultivation was too weak. If the old man still dared to be tactless, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. Seeing the old man hastily leave as if he was fleeing for his life, The other Origin Kings present subconsciously exchanged glances with each other. From the corner of their eyes, they would occasionally glance at Muronghao behind them. They were extremely nervous in their hearts, as if they were afraid that this fellow would target them again. Fortunately, this matter was settled and the auction was officially over. Muronghao and the rest also left together. Only then did the cold sweat that had gathered on their foreheads fall. At the same time, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They resentfully forgot about Lu Zhongtian, who was looking at them with a smile on his face, and quickly left. Fourth uncle, why didn't you directly end that old bastard just now? He actually dared to look down on the Xiao Gate. On the street, Muronghao's group of 3 slowly walked. After crossing the Sand River, it was time to head to Yang City. At that time, he would be able to meet the master of the Xiao Gate. Haha, girl, why is your temper becoming more and more irritable? Using violence to curb violence is a method to deal with enemies. However, that person merely spoke rudely to the Xiao Gate. I don't have any reason to do anything to him. Now is the time for the Xiao Gate to establish its prestige in the Western region. We absolutely cannot let such a small matter affect the overall situation. Hearing this, Muronghao curled his lips and smiled. His warm hand gently shook Murong Chantian's little head. Seeing the girl's depressed appearance, he immediately laughed out loud. After which, he led the 2 of them and quickly headed towards the Xiao Gate. Chapter 1291. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Countless experts had gathered in the original Yang City and the current Xiao Gate. Most of these people were the leaders of various organizations in the Western region. They were either the masters of sects or the heads of clans, ranging from King Yuan to Dou Di. There were countless of them. This was the first time the Western region had seen such a scene in 1,000 years. During this half a month, the Xiao Gate had used all the profits they had obtained from auctioning off the medicinal pills to recruit people from all over the Western region. Under the supervision of Tian Ying and the others, the current Xiao Gate possessed close to 100 experts at the Dou Di level and several dozen origin transformation and returnance experts, excluding the external organizations. This foundation was not just a little stronger than the Maize Valley of the Qin wastelands. Adding on the fact that the various organizations from the outside were constantly joining, the current Xiao Gate had already become the #1 organization in the Western region. There was no one in the main seat in the hall of the Xiao Gate. A group of people were seated below. Lung Bingshuang, Bai Hua, and the others were present. However, the 5 Tianying brothers stood behind Lung Bingshuang. They naturally could not treat such a scene as they usually did. At this moment, the lively Murong Chantian's lovely body was lying on Bai Hua's back. Her pair of spiritual eyes would occasionally size up everyone present. When her gaze returned to Bai Hua in front of her, a smile involuntarily appeared on the slightly pursed corner of her mouth. Sensing this, Bai Hua also gently lifted her hand and caressed the girl's delicate jade-like hands. This scene that appeared in the arena caused quite a number of people to feel envious in their hearts. At this moment, Muronghao's face was a little gloomy as he watched the 2 lovey-dovey people before him. He could not help but curl his lips. Although he wanted to stop them, the girl had already grown up. He could not possibly teach her everything. Moreover, this young person called Bai Hua did not seem too bad. She had already reached the Origin King level at such a young age. What happened between them? Muronghao shook his head and sighed in the end. Lung Bingshuang could not help but purse her lips and smile when she saw this. When she turned around, she saw 3 white-robed figures slowly walking over. They were the 3 people from the Bai clan. After a few moments of hesitation, the Bai family still decided to join the Xiao clan. After all, the Xiao clan was currently flourishing, and various forces were continuously joining. If they continued to hesitate, then the threat of Xiao Yang might really fall on them. At this moment, when the 3 of them entered the hall, their gazes immediately swept towards the main seat. Seeing that the seat was empty, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They cupped their hands towards Lung Bingshuang and walked towards the few remaining seats at the side of the hall. Hehe, since the 3 of you are here, don't you want to greet me? However, It was also at this moment that the figure of a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind the three clan members. At the same time, a familiar chuckle sounded from his mouth. This person was none other than Xiao Yang. Sovereign. The three of them reacted extremely quickly. When they turned around and saw Xiao Yang, they immediately changed the way they addressed him. With just one sentence, the relationship between the two parties had become much closer. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yang gently smiled and nodded. As his gaze swept around, the others present also swiftly stood up. Numerous gazes that contained surprise and reverence swiftly shot over. Just that attack of Xiao Yang's earlier had already displayed his strength. That kind of frightening speed was something that no one present could compare with. The couple of Origin Kings who had left the arena involuntarily felt shocked in their hearts. Not only did this Xiao Yang in front of them appear much younger than they had imagined, but his cultivation was also this powerful. At the very least, with their current strength, they were unable to see through Xiao Yang's strength. At this moment, even Murong Hao had a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Yang. With his cultivation, he was naturally able to vaguely sense that Xiao Yang's aura had already surpassed the Origin King level and reached an even higher realm. This brat. After not seeing him for a few years, his cultivation has already stepped into the Origin King level. How terrifying. Sensing Xiao Yang's aura, Murong Hao's expression could not help but harden slightly. At the same time, Xiao Yang had also discovered Murong Hao's existence. Raising his head, his gaze instantly fell on the latter. In an instant, an invisible pressure abruptly descended on Murong Hao's head, causing his expression to change slightly. However, shortly after, a gentle smile appeared on Xiao Yang's face. His gaze swept between Lung Bingshuang and Murong Hao. It seemed that Lung Bingshuang's trip to the Murong family this time had resulted in a much better result than he had imagined. After greeting everyone present, Xiao Yang slowly walked towards the main seat in the Great Hall. Behind him, the gazes of everyone present revolved around him. Only when Xiao Yang sat down did everyone sit down one by one. This scene was rather impressive. Haha, all of you are heroes from various places in the Western region. Being able to gather here with Xiao Yang today is my Xiao clan's fortune. On the main seat, Xiao Yang's gaze slowly swept across the entire hall. After which, he cupped his hands together and said. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present couldn't help but reveal a smile on their faces. Even though everyone present knew that this was merely a compliment, who would be angry after hearing such compliments? However, I also know that although everyone has come to my Xiao clan today, I believe that many of you still have a hesitant attitude in your hearts. If that's the case, I will not make things difficult for everyone. If anyone wants to leave now, Xiao Yang will definitely not stop you. Immediately after, Xiao Yang spoke once again. His words caused the expressions of some people present to change slightly. While they were hesitating, Murong Hao, who was sitting opposite Lung Bingshuang, suddenly slowly stood up. Facing Xiao Yang, he cupped his hands together and said, Murong Hao of the Murong family will pass on the message of the patriarch. The Murong family will fully support the establishment of the Xiao clan. As the words left his mouth, a faint aura and pressure spread out from his body. 7-star Origin King. When the few Origin King experts present sensed this, their expressions changed drastically. The remaining trace of hesitation in their hearts was completely eliminated under the pressure of this aura. Lu Zhongtian is willing to join the Xiao clan. Immediately after, Lu Zhongtian, who was behind Murong Hao, also stood up. The words that came out of his mouth also quickly moved the group of experts behind him. I am Bai Ying, representing the Bai clan to join the Xiao clan. First, it was a mysterious 7-star Origin King, then it was Lu Zhongtian, and now it was Xiao Yang and the others. The situation was already very clear, and the Bai clan naturally had no reason to hesitate. Even if they were unwilling to join, they still had to nod their heads. Immediately after, a series of shouts resounded within the hall. This old man, Zheng Tiannan, represents my Zheng clan to join the Xiao clan. I am Shao Xing, willing to join the Xiao clan. Chapter 1292. Following the establishment of the Xiao Gate, most of the forces in the Western region had also merged into the Xiao Gate. In less than a month, The Xiaogate's forces had already spread throughout the western region. All the big and small cities and various mines had all belonged to the Xiaogate. In addition to the continuous recruitment of experts, the Xiaogate's foundation rapidly grew stronger by the day. Everything within the Xiaogate was also gradually on the right track. At this moment, unknown to everyone, Xiao Yang had quietly brought the fairy doctor and the rest back to the southern region. Xiao Yang's group was slowly walking on the streets of the savage ancient city. At a glance, the human flow in the city seemed to be much greater than usual. This was especially the case for the number of high-tier experts. It was likely that the number had increased by a couple of times. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang could not help but raise his eyebrows. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. "We're leaving just like that?" To the side, Bai Hua suddenly frowned and spoke. Only then did she attract Xiao Yang's gaze. "If we really tell them directly, I'm afraid that it will be even more troublesome. This way, at least they can safely stay in the western region." Xiao Yang gently shook his head. With regards to the news of their departure, Xiao Yang did not directly tell Lung Bingshuang. He knew that once he said it, it would not be so easy for them to leave. Although it was somewhat apologetic, it could at least save some trouble. To the side, the fairy doctor listened to the conversation between the two. A hidden light flashed across her beautiful eyes. At the same time, in the depths of the Shalin mountain range in the western region, Lung Bingshuang was looking at the jade slip in her hand with a worried expression. Ever since Xiao Yang left the Shalin mountain range, this jade slip had already landed in her hands. She even knew that Xiao Yang was heading towards the central region. All of this had been told to her by the fairy doctor. Although she had 1,000 complaints in her heart, she also knew that Xiao Yang was doing this for her own good. Including the establishment of the Xiao Gate, his goal was still to ensure her safety. After all, just as the fairy doctor had said, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was eyeing her covetously. Once she appeared in the central region, it was likely that she would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yang. Leng Bingshuang could naturally understand that Xiao Yang was thinking for her, but she was the same. Southern region, ancient city of wilderness. Looking at the large group of figures flying in from outside the city, Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown. He was curious about what had happened here that could attract a large group of experts. Damn it, why is the void lightning pool empty? Not a single bolt of lightning is left inside. What the hell happened? What a mess. This has never happened in the void lightning pool in the past. Could it be that it has something to do with the spiritual pressure on Grey Mountain? Chimph, who knows? Although I don't know which expert left it behind, it's indeed a good treasure. However, just the pressure from the soul is something that even origin transformation experts would barely be able to comprehend. People like you and I can't even take a second glance at it, so how can we comprehend it? The group of experts who had returned to the city were constantly cursing. They had spent a lot of time to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Now that the Void Lightning Pool had opened, the situation inside shocked everyone. The thunderbolt force that had originally filled the sky was completely gone. Moreover, based on the situation, it was obvious that this was caused by someone. This made everyone so angry that they could not wait to tear apart the person who had absorbed all the thunderbolt force. Xiao Yang could not help but blush when he heard the waves of angry curses. He subconsciously rubbed his nose. Bai Hua and the fairy doctor to the side laughed. They had already heard about this matter from Xiao Yang, but they still could not help but laugh when they saw it now. Cough cough, that wasn't me. I never thought that the Northern King would have absorbed all the lightning energy. If they want to tear apart someone, it should be the Northern King. That's right, where's Lian? That girl ran pretty fast, but she didn't know to wait for us. Only when they turned their heads did the three of them discover that Lian, who was walking in front of them, had unknowingly disappeared. When Xiao Yang spread out his spiritual strength to search, he suddenly knit his brows. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua by the side also involuntarily knit their brows and exchanged glances. Their bodies trembled slightly and the three of them disappeared from the spot. Hihi, this girl's looks aren't bad. I wonder which family she is from to be willing to let her out. On the street, right in front of Lian at this moment, a thin young man with a pale face was looking at Lian, who was like a blooming lotus, with a malicious expression. Two other people blocked the girl from behind. The three brothers had come to the ancient savage city this time for the empty lightning pool. Who would have thought that they would end up empty-handed after entering? Just as they were feeling frustrated, Lian coincidentally bumped into them. Ha ha ha, I'm furious. I was just thinking about where to put out the fire, but I never expected you to bump into me. Since you're already here, why don't you have some fun with me? Behind him, a pale-faced young man laughed lewdly. His scarlet tongue licked his lips, and he immediately grabbed at Lian's slender arm. At this moment, Xiao Yang's group had already appeared behind these three people. Their expressions were indifferent. Just as they were about to intervene, Lian, who was surrounded by these three people and whose pretty face contained a terrified expression, suddenly raised her hand. At the same time that the young man's hand was pushed back, a purple-colored energy pillar also rushed out. Soon after, it violently smashed into the chest of the young man behind her. Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly behind her. His body shifted and the young man's body was violently sent flying by that strength. In the blink of an eye, he had already become seriously injured. Xiao Yang and the other two involuntarily felt a little stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They had wholeheartedly wanted to protect this girl, but they seemed to have forgotten that the three people who wanted to harm her were merely three ordinary Dou-Di. However, the current Lian had already reached the origin transformation realm. With such strength, there was naturally no need for her to be afraid of these so-called experts. The three of them could not help but look at each other when they thought of this. Soon after, they smiled in disappointment. They only wanted to protect this girl, but at times, they had already forgotten that she needed to experience the process of growing up herself in order to prevent her from being in any danger. Haha, let's go. Let's return to the burning flame valley. The three of them ignored the two stunned young men. The little fairy doctor went forward and grabbed Lian's hand. The group gradually walked further and further away. Only after a long while did the bodies of the two young men suddenly soften. They fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. Chapter 1293. After the group of four returned to the southern region, they did not stop at all as they swiftly headed towards the extreme south. Within a few days, the four of them had returned to the burning flame valley. When ancestor Fen Tian heard that Xiao Yang had established his own faction in the western region, the former also expressed his support. He even clearly stated that once Xiao Gate developed to the southern region in the future, the burning flame valley would become Xiao Gate's greatest protection in the southern region. Outside of the Great Hall of the burning flame valley, Xiao Yang's group of four heavily cupped their hands together towards ancestor Fen Tian and first elder Li Chengshu in front of them. Their solemn voices slowly spat out as they said, "Seniors, we will meet again in the future. Take care. Take care. Be careful on the road. Once you reach the middle region, remember to keep a low profile. The people there cannot be compared to the southern region." The two of them nodded heavily. Immediately, the four of them turned around and left. However, just as Xiao Yang's group arrived outside the mountain range where the burning flame valley was located, a familiar figure suddenly flew over from the distance. At a glance, the person who had arrived was Li Bingrui. This woman had originally received news from the fire maple forest in the southern region on the day that Xiao Gate was established and had swiftly returned. Xiao Yang originally thought that he would no longer have any interactions with this person. However, he did not expect that she would rush back at this time. With regards to this, Xiao Yang could only adopt a helpless attitude. On the other hand, when Lian saw Li Bingrui once again, her exquisite pretty face immediately revealed a joyous smile. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, Li Bingrui's gaze quickly landed on Xiao Yang's body as she slowly said, "I have said before that I will definitely personally kill you. Therefore, don't think that you can escape from me so easily." Xiao Yang could only shake his head when he heard this. He exchanged glances with the little fairy doctor beside him. Immediately, he spoke faintly. His body moved and he flew towards the eastern horizon. "Let's go. It's time to leave." Four figures followed closely behind. This time, they were heading east. Their destination was the eastern region of the southernmost land, which was under the jurisdiction of the Union Pavilion. At the same time, there was a transmission formation that led to the central region. Xiao Yang's heart was filled with hesitation as he looked at the distant sky in the east. The middle region was the most prosperous region in the Yuanwu continent. It was where countless experts gathered. Xiao Xian was also there. Additionally, the other two heavenly flames other than Yi Honglian should also be in the middle region. Back then, Xiao Yang had obtained information from Yi Honglian that she was actually unaware of the exact identity and location of the other two heavenly flames despite her status. This caused Xiao Yang to be incomparably surprised. The only information Yi Honglian had given him was that he might be able to find information regarding the other two heavenly flames in the middle region. Currently, other than the heavenly flames, Xiao Xian, Gui Hall, Luo Jin and the rest were also in the middle region. Even Zun all of these were related to him. He had to go to the central region. Now, he had finally embarked on this journey. In the next few days, the group of 5 had been in a state of haste. During this period, other than passing through some cities on foot, almost all of them flew towards the east at the fastest speed possible. Nanlin City was one of the few large cities in the southernmost land. Moreover, unlike other cities, Nanlin City was controlled by 2 clans. Both parties held half of Nanlin City's economy. Although it appeared fair, there were countless disputes. For many years, the 2 clans had been fighting openly and covertly. Until now, the unequal situation in Nanlin City had completely disappeared. Along with it, one of the great clans in Nanlin City had also disappeared. In the end, the dispute between the 2 clans ended with one side winning. The winner became king, and the control of Nanlin City fell into the hands of the victorious party. Recently, the Futu clan, which controlled Nanlin City, was holding a grand banquet. On one hand, it was to celebrate their complete control of Nanlin City. On the other hand, it was to celebrate the birthday of their ancestor. This banquet could be said to be the biggest event in Nanlin City in many years. Many experts from the surrounding cities had come to celebrate the birthday. For this banquet, there were more than 10 origin kings from various places. This was because the ancestor of the Futu clan was a super expert who had reached the origin king realm. His name was Futu Hao. Futu Hao. On the street, Xiao Yang's group was originally walking toward Nanlin City without any worries. However, when they passed by an enormous mansion, the words that were emitted from the crowd at the entrance caused Xiao Yang's forward footsteps to pause. Even the few people beside him also stopped. Their faces were filled with doubt as they looked at Xiao Yang in front of them. What's wrong? Do you know this Futu Hao? Bai Hua raised her eyebrows. She dared to guarantee that this was the first time both she and Xiao Yang had come here. If this ancestor of the Futu clan had never been to other places, Xiao Yang should not be able to recognize him. I don't know him, but I've heard of this name, and Xiao Yang frowned and quickly recalled the past. When he had first arrived in Yuanwu continent and obtained the Luo Qian cauldron, he seemed to have heard of this name. Futu Hao was the cause of the Luo Qian cauldron's destruction. At the same time, he was also the main culprit who had killed the previous owner of the Luo Qian cauldron. Hiss. Ju Tong, I did not expect to meet the person who killed you back then. After some careful recollection, Xiao Yang recalled that when he had first obtained the Luo Qian cauldron, the remnant spirit in the cauldron had asked him to kill Futu Hao. Originally, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath, but because of Ji Yu's appearance, he had skipped that step. However, Xiao Yang was a person who valued his promises. Since Ju Tong had handed the Luo Qian cauldron to him, he naturally had to fulfill his promise, to kill Futu Hao. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment in his heart before he slowly shook his head. He had clearly heard on the street that there were still 2 days until Futu Hao's birthday. Since the other party was celebrating his birthday, Xiao Yang had to give him some face. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he would have to wait until the birthday was over. Let's find a place to rest in the city. We have been hurrying along recently and everyone is quite tired. We will continue our journey in 3 days. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua naturally knew what Xiao Yang planned to do after hearing his words. However, they did not have any intention of stopping him. After all, Xiao Yang had even killed a Genesis Zone level expert. If it was just an ordinary Origin Emperor, they naturally did not need to worry. After which, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. He spread out his majestic spiritual strength and cautiously probed within the Futu family's manor. Very soon, a deep and powerful aura appeared within Xiao Yang's probing range. Oh, an 8-star Origin Emperor. Xiao Yang immediately confirmed the latter's identity when he sensed that qi. At the same time that his heart was shocked by the old fellow's cultivation, a somewhat hoarse old voice was transmitted over. You are the first elder. May I know who this friend is? If you are curious, why don't you meet me face to face? Why do you need to resort to such underhanded means? Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 1294. Hihi, it is said that the ancestor of the Futu family is an expert at the Origin Emperor level. I was just curious. Xiao Yang smiled indifferently and said, Hearing the clear voice, Futu Hao could not help but feel surprised. From the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the other party was just a young man. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the mysterious young man also had the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. A young man with the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. This kind of person could not be nurtured with ordinary circumstances. With this thought in mind, Futu Hao immediately paused and said, Who are you? May I know who you are and why have you come to my Nanlin city? I am Xiao Yang. I have rushed here and just wanted to take a rest. I have no intention of disturbing you. Xiao Yang. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Futu Hao's heart immediately trembled and he hurriedly said, May I ask if you are the Xiao Yang who participated in the battle of the 3 sects in the extreme south? Yes, I am. The latter smiled slightly. At this moment, Futu Hao's heart was filled with shock. He did not expect that the person who had shaken the entire extreme south would suddenly appear here. However, Futu Hao's old face quickly piled up with a smile and he hurriedly said, In that case, I wonder if Mr. Xiao Yang can come to my house for a chat. To be honest, this old man is very impressed by Mr. Xiao Yang's battle. With your own strength, you shook the sect masters of 2 sects. This old man is ashamed of his incompetence. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart immediately moved. He smiled and said, You are too kind. Old mister, you flatter me. Since old mister has personally invited me, and the birthday banquet is just around the corner, then I won't be polite. Ha ha ha, good, good. It is this old man's honor to have Mr. Xiao Yang visit my house. I will inform my clansmen and let them receive you. Thank you for your trouble. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was likely that this Futu Hao would never have imagined that this distinguished guest in his eyes had actually come for his old life. After that, Xiao Yang brought the little fairy doctor and the rest back to the entrance of the Futu family. Sure enough, there was already a middle-aged man leading a few old men to wait respectfully. His eyes constantly scanned the crowd, as if he was looking for something. When Xiao Yang and the rest came forward, the middle-aged man's gaze also fell on Xiao Yang. Your ancestor invited me here. The few of them had just arrived in front of him when the middle-aged man opened his mouth with a doubtful face. However, the words that came out of Xiao Yang's mouth caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to instantly change. Numerous gazes also swiftly landed on Xiao Yang's body like spotlights. Soon after, those gazes became strange. There were even some mocking expressions that were revealed. This kid must be crazy. Even if he wants to enter the Futu clan, he shouldn't come up with such a ridiculous reason. Moreover, the one standing before him is the Futu clan's patriarch. Isn't this just courting death? The previous surprise turned into mockery in the blink of an eye. What kind of status did the ancestor of the Futu family have? Usually, very few people had even seen him. Even some of the clansmen had not seen his face. This black-robed youth in front of them actually dared to say that Futu Hao had invited him. This was no different from courting death. However, just as everyone was preparing to watch a good show, that middle-aged man, the clan head of the Futu clan, swiftly revealed a respectful expression on his originally doubtful face. He hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yang, and said, Young Master Xiao Yang, I have been waiting for you. "Sir, I am the head of the Futu family," Futu sang. "It was my ancestor who asked me to wait for you here. Sir, please." Having said that, Futu sang hurriedly gestured for them to enter. Xiao Yang smiled. Then, under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd, he led the little fairy doctor and the rest into the Futu family's mansion. After a while, Xiao Yang and the rest saw Futu Hao. His skinny body was draped in a hemp robe. His fingers were like yellow bamboo joints, and he was holding a walking stick. His body was bent like a monster, and his sunken old eyes were like an empty shell. The dim light that shot out from them made people shudder. As he panted, the hoarse sound of breathing from his mouth and nose was even more strange. Luffy knew that this guy was an old monster at the Origin Emperor level. If others saw him, they would think that he was a piece of rotten wood that was about to die. However, under this body, there was an extremely terrifying power. Looking at the old man who was like a dried corpse, Lian who was behind Li Bingrue, could not help but shrink back. Only Xiao Yang knew that this old man was a character from 1,000 years ago. It was not easy for him to survive until now. Moreover, he had the strength of an Origin Emperor. Hihi, Mr. Xiao Yang's reputation is like thunder to this old man's ears. The hoarse voice rang out once more. Futu Hao trembled as he walked forward. He slowly nodded at Xiao Yang. "It's just a rumor from the outside world. There's no need to believe it." Hehe, Mr. Xiao Yang is truly humble. With a laugh, the old man's gaze landed on Bai Hua and the others behind him. Seeing the group of youths before him, shock immediately flashed through the old man's eyes. Although the youths before him seemed ordinary, their cultivations far surpassed regular cultivators. With a single glance, he could tell that Lian Er's cultivation was the lowest among them, but she was also the youngest. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a young Origin transformation expert before. It was difficult to imagine that if this girl were to join a sect in the future, she would definitely become someone that the sect would focus on nurturing. At the same time, he could sense a special presence from Lian Er's body. As for the others, their cultivations were naturally not inferior in the slightest. This group of people could be called the proud sons of heaven among the younger generation. Hihi, not only is Mr. Xiao Yang a dragon among men, but even your friends are extraordinary. The old man smiled as he slowly swept his gaze over the people before him. In the end, his gaze paused on Lian Er. An obscure light flashed through the depths of his sunken eyes. After chatting idly for a while, Futu Hao invited this group of people to stay in his Futu residence. Xiao Yang had something in his heart and would naturally not reject the invitation. At the same time, Futu Hao stared at the few of them as they left. When his gaze landed on Lian Er, the glow deep within his eyes immediately surged. The woeful poison body, I heard that the Crossing Disaster sect in the central region once lost their holy maiden. If that holy maiden is her, then there's hope for me to break through to the Origin Ancestor realm. Chapter 1295. Xiao Yang and the others were currently seated in one of the guest rooms of the Futu clan at night. The room was dimly lit, and Xiao Yang and Bai Hua were currently seated around a table with their brows slightly furrowed. Tremendous spirit power enveloped the entire room, forming an invisible barrier that prevented outsiders from seeing what was going on inside. At this moment, Lian Er was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. The little fairy doctor beside her was pouring her mind into the girl's body to help her control the boundless energy within her body. Although the girl's cultivation had already reached the Origin transformation stage, she was still young. In addition, she had been in a deep slumber for many years, so her mind was still immature. Although Xiao Yang and the others had helped her control the woeful poison body, she would still be unable to freely use this power for a very long time. For example, the girl had been unable to control the flow of Genesis Chi in her body in the ancient wilderness. When they had left Futu Hao's place earlier, the little fairy doctor had quickly discovered that the Genesis Chi in the girl's body had gone out of control again. Helpless, she could only use external forces to help her reform the power. Although Futu Hao looks somewhat terrifying, he seems to be a decent person. Are we really going to kill him? Besides Xiao Yang, Bai Hua frowned slightly. She was somewhat hesitant inside. She did not dare to say that she was a good person, but she knew how to distinguish between right and wrong. Fu Tuhao's actions could be considered open and aboveboard, and he had treated them extremely courteously. It was still unreasonable to kill him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Bai Hua in front of him in a somewhat playful manner. What? When did you start talking about benevolence? You didn't act like this when you were in the Liu clan back then. When did I talk about benevolence? I just feel that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for us to have to resolve a dispute between two people 1,000 years later. I'm just taking someone's money to solve their problem. It's not unreasonable, but you're right. That's why I hope to put this matter after his birthday banquet. Before that, let's think about it again. Xiao Yang smiled and shook his head. His gaze then landed on the two people in front of the bed. Seeing the little fairy doctor place all her attention on Lian a complicated expression involuntarily flitted across Xiao Yang's pitch-black eyes. It was not that he did not understand some things, but he was afraid that if he exposed them, it would only deepen the grudge between the two. What's more, while Xiao Yang was lost in a daze, Lian Er's bed finally let out a long sigh. Under the little guidance of the fairy doctor, she attempted to circulate the qi in her body to slowly control her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, Lian was trying to circulate the qi under her body's controlling her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, qis. Under the fairy under her guidance is. Yes, it's not a big deal. It's just that this girl's control of her own power is not complete. She'll be fine after a while. The fairy doctor nodded gently. Her beautiful eyes paused on Xiao Yang before she sat down beside the two of them. Immediately after, the door was opened from the outside. Li Bingrui had just returned from outside. She glanced at Lian who was peacefully cultivating on the bed, and nodded gently. Then, her gaze landed on Xiao Yang and the other two in front of her. She paused and said, I just heard about the matter between the two great clans of Nanlin City. Do you want to hear about it? At the same time, in another part of the Futu family, Futu Hao and the head of the family, Futu Sang, were in a room. Under the illumination of the candlelight, the two of them were discussing something in a low voice. Ancestor, does that girl really have the woeful poison body? Hearing his ancestor's words, Futu Sang could not help but reveal a surprised expression. It was no wonder that the girl was able to possess such a cultivation at such a young age. It was because of this point. Given this old man's eyesight, I am naturally not mistaken. Earlier, this old man had clearly sensed a weak aura from that girl's body. That aura is indeed the woeful poison body. According to this old man's knowledge, the Crossing Disaster sect in the central region had once lost their holy maiden many years ago. Back then, that baby girl was the owner of the woeful poison body. If this old man has not guessed wrongly, this girl is that holy maiden, hiss. Hearing this, Futu Sang's expression changed. If that was the case, all these years, the Crossing Adversity sect has never given up on searching for this holy maiden. Now that she has appeared in our residence, if we can bring that girl to the Crossing Adversity sect, our Futu family will become the second burning flame valley in the extreme south. When he thought about the strength of a source ancestor, a bright light flashed across Futu Hao's sunken eyes. Once he had the cultivation of a source ancestor, not only would his status in the Futu family rise rapidly, but his lifespan would also increase. Futu Hao's hunched body could not help but tremble when he thought of this. His bamboo-like fingers gently stroked his waist. There was an old scar there, and it was because of this that his cultivation had stagnated at the 8-star origin emperor level for so many years. Every time he thought of this, a figure from the past would involuntarily appear in his mind. Ju Tong, ancestor, don't forget that Xiao Yang is also an origin emperor. Furthermore, it is said that his battle prowess far surpasses ordinary experts of the same level. Moreover, he seems to have a lot of connections behind him. Back then, during the battle between the three sects, he actually invited over 30 origin kings. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid that it will be somewhat inappropriate. Frowning, Futu Sang finally spoke of the most important point. Xiao Yang was also an origin emperor. If they wanted to snatch someone from him, It would be tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if the Futu family was powerful in Nanlin City, it would not be easy to deal with Xiao Yang. HMPH, idiot. If you want to capture that girl, why do you need us to do it? We only need to pass the message to the Crossing Adversity sect and obtain enough benefits from them. As for the rest, it will all be up to them. Hearing this, Fu Tu Hao snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up from the chair and walked out slowly with his walking stick. Then, he turned around and looked at Fu Tu Sang again. He said in a deep voice, "You are right, Fu Tu Sang. Immediately send people to the central region tonight. Remember, go to the Crossing Adversity sect as quickly as possible. Before that, I will do my best to delay this group of people. Tell them that if they fail to bring back the Holy Maiden because of their own reasons, then everything will have nothing to do with the Futu family." With that, Fu Tu Hao left. After a moment of thought, Fu Tu Sang followed Fu Tu Hao's instructions and immediately sent the experts of his family to the central region. Chapter 1296. Zhu Clan. Hearing Li Bingrui's words, Xiao Yang could not help but raise his eyebrows. He immediately thought of Zhu Tong, who was the previous owner of the Luo Tian cauldron. Both of them have the surname Zhu, and they are rivals. Could it be that this Zhu clan is the clan that Zhu Tong belongs to? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. He involuntarily sighed and shook his head because of this. If this was really the case, it would be a little too dramatic. The two clans had fought with each other for 1,000 years. Although the Futu clan had won, the ancestor of the Zhu clan had coincidentally gotten Xiao Yang to kill Futu Hao for him. In this way, the strength of the Futu clan in the area around Nanlin City would definitely shrink greatly. By the time the various factions came to suppress them, the Futu clan would no longer exist. In this way, the dispute between the two clans would eventually lead to mutual destruction. During the next 2 days, Xiao Yang's group had quite a good time under Butu Hao's hospitality. During this period of time, Butu Hao had repeatedly requested for Xiao Yang's group to stay a little longer. Xiao Yang's face was naturally courteous, but his heart involuntarily felt a little doubtful. It was true that this old man was warm, but it seemed to be a little overboard. Moreover, his tone seemed to be probing. There were a couple of times when his attention was placed on Lian In this regard, Xiao Yang was secretly cautious. He did not expose all of this, but quietly waited for the old man's performance. Originally, Xiao Yang did not have much intention to kill the old man, but his behavior made Xiao Yang feel a little threatened. He did not like the people behind him to be the target of others. Therefore, no matter what the old man had in mind, Xiao Yang would definitely eliminate him before he could carry it out. However, now was not the time. Just as Xiao Yang had said before, after all, it was the old man's birthday banquet. He should at least give him some face. As for taking his life, it would not be too much to talk about it later. The spacious hall was bustling with activity. The entire Futu family was filled with a festive atmosphere. Today was the birthday of the ancestor of the Futu family, Futu Hao. At this moment, the invited experts were either in the courtyard or in the hall. Everyone's face was brimming with joy. Although there was no lack of people among these forces who hated the Futu family to the bone, these people did a perfect job of handling the situation. At this moment, on the main seat in the hall, an old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave sat with a smile on his face. As he watched the guests below greet him, his turbid old eyes could not help but reveal a proud expression. He especially enjoyed this attitude of being surrounded by stars. After a long while, Xiao Yang led the little fairy doctor and the others into the hall. He politely cupped his hands toward Futu Hao, who was sitting on the main seat. Only then did the latter stand up to welcome them. Seeing this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces in the originally lively hall froze. Then, all kinds of gazes fell on Xiao Yang and the others. Many of the people present had heard of this young man who had been personally invited by Futu Hao. However, when they saw him now, they could not help but feel a little surprised. Who exactly was this young man to be treated in such a manner by Futu Hao, who was an Origin Emperor expert? Haha, everyone, I believe that you are also very curious about who this Mr. is. Futu Hao smiled faintly. The words that came out of his mouth immediately raised the spirits of the people present. Every one of them perked up their ears and waited for Futu Hao to reveal the answer to them. Cuckoo, if we were to talk about it, I believe that this mister's name is like thunder in everyone's ears. Next, the old me will solemnly introduce everyone. This mister is the one who participated in the battle between the three sects in the extreme south not long ago. Xiao Yang. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the people present burst into an uproar. Many gazes of disbelief fell on Xiao Yang. It was hard to imagine that this person, whose name shook the extreme south, would actually appear in front of them. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that he had appeared at Futu Hao's birthday banquet. This was undoubtedly a form of support for the Futu clan. After this incident, the status of the Futu family in the southernmost region would be further elevated. At that time, there would be many forces that would join them. Thinking of this, the future of the Futu family would be immeasurable. Futu Hao could not help but sneer inwardly as he gazed at the changing expressions of the people in the hall. These fools probably did not know that after today, not only would the Futu clan's reputation soar, but a source zone-level expert would also appear. In the future, the Futu clan would not be limited to the tiny Nanlin city. From today onwards, even the burning Flame Valley would have to show some respect to them. After everyone present took their seats, the birthday banquet officially began. Everyone present chatted with each other. Their gazes repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yang and Futu Hao. The atmosphere in the hall also became livelier. The entire Futu clan, and even the entire Nanlin city, slowly passed the banquet in a festive atmosphere. It was only late at night that Xiao Yang and the others returned to the courtyard. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in Xiao Yang's body rapidly circulated. The haze on his face swiftly disappeared, and a bright light flashed in his pitch-black eyes as killing intent quietly emerged. After instructing the little fairy doctor and the others, Xiao Yang's body moved. His body flashed and disappeared into the night sky. The few of them looked at each other from where they stood and helplessly shrugged their shoulders. After which, they quietly sat in the courtyard and waited for Xiao Yang to return. On the other side, Futu Hao was slowly returning to his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Xiao Yang's figure appeared in his courtyard like a ghost. Futu Hao immediately frowned and quietly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body. Xiao Yang's arrival did not seem like a good thing had happened. Mr. Xiao Yang, it's already late. Why don't you rest early? The old man's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense a murderous intent in Xiao Yang's eyes. Could he have discovered something? With this thought, the uneasiness in Futu Hao's heart grew. Since he had discovered something, why hadn't Futu Hao shed all pretense of cordiality 2 days ago? Why had he waited until now? Old mister, your birthday is over. I'm here to collect something from you on behalf of someone else. Xiao Yang's expression gradually turned indifferent. Futu Hao also stepped out of the door. His turbid eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang as he said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "Take what?" "Take your life." "On behalf of who?" "Luo Tianding, Ju Tong." Chapter 1297. Ju Tong. Futu Hao's expression changed when he heard the name that would never be erased from the depths of his mind. His chilling gaze landed on Ju Yuan's body again as he asked in bewilderment. "That guy isn't dead yet." "He's dead." "He is indeed dead, but before he died, he asked me to kill you." Xiao Yang said indifferently. "You want to kill me for a dead person? Why?" Futu Hao's expression immediately became gloomy when he heard this. His pair of sunken old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang in front of him. His heart was somewhat puzzled. Xiao Yang smiled in a non-committal manner when he saw this. "Don't you know why I'm doing this?" Futu Hao's expression froze for a moment. His eyes swiveled, and he seemed to recall something. "The Luo Tian cauldron." Xiao Yang chuckled. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate through his meridians. A layer of purple flames rose from the surface of his body. "All right, that's all I have to say. Next, let Xiao Yang experience the strength of a person from 1,000 years ago." As his voice faded, Xiao Yang stomped his foot on the ground. Genesis Qi gushed out as his body shot forward. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and his figure appeared in front of Fudu Hao in the blink of an eye. The fist that was wrapped in flames tore through space forcefully. The invisible space was compressed to the extreme by this terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an invisible air cannonball. With a sharp explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth, it suddenly shot out and smashed towards Budur Hao. The old man's cultivation wasn't low, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Hence, Xiao Yang couldn't give him a chance to retaliate. Young man, this isn't how you should treat an elder. Although Xiao Yang's attack was powerful, Fudu Hao wasn't an ordinary person either. How could an 8-star Genesis Emperor be afraid of a brat who had just stepped into the Genesis Emperor stage? Even though Xiao Yang had a great reputation in the extreme south, it was ultimately just a rumor. The old man took half a step back. With a twist of his hands, he held the wooden staff horizontally in front of him. At the same time, vigorous Genesis Chi poured into the staff. The surging Genesis Chi immediately condensed into a thin layer of energy on the staff's surface. In the next instant, Xiao Yang's fist violently collided with the staff. Boom! When the fist landed on the staff, an incomparably domineering force erupted from the staff. The sharp aura left a faint bloody mark on Xiao Yang's fist. Xiao Yang's expression immediately changed when he sensed this. The old man's Genesis Chi seemed to be a little different. Then, a mocking look appeared on Fudu Hao's face. His skinny body shook slightly, and surging Genesis Chi immediately rushed out from the staff. Xiao Yang's expression changed rapidly, and he hurriedly retreated. The moment his body came to a stop, several fierce winds whistled through the air. Xiao Yang hurriedly threw out a few punches, blasting the energy streams apart. Even so, the energy streams still shattered Xiao Yang's sleeves. Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He then lifted his head to look at Fudu Hao. What domineering Genesis Chi! With such strength, you are willing to stay in Nanlin City? Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the old man opposite him. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. This fellow's Genesis Chi was extremely domineering. If Xiao Yang had guessed correctly, his Genesis Chi belonged to the metal affinity, which was known for its combat strength. Adding his cultivation, it was likely that Fudu Hao would have few opponents of the same level who could match him. In the extreme south, he could be considered a top expert. Yet, he was willing to lead his clan and stay in Nanlin City. This was truly surprising. It may not be a good thing for people to be too high-profile. Take the 2 great sects for example. Even though they are much stronger than my Fudu Hao clan, they still ended up in a miserable state. What's wrong with being the master of a region? At least no one will have any ideas about my Fudu Hao clan. Fudu Hao pursed his lips and smiled. He didn't seem to care about the so-called power, but no one knew what he was thinking. But now, Mr. Xiao Yang, shouldn't you first consider your situation? I know your battle prowess is extraordinary. You can fight Origin Emperors as a peak Origin King, and you even control the legendary Heavenly Flame. However, in my eyes, you're just an early Origin Emperor. In terms of battle prowess, I'm not any weaker than you, and in terms of cultivation, I'm even stronger than you. You're still too young to kill me. The moment his voice sounded, Fudu Hao's right hand seized the opportunity to hold the walking stick in a reverse grip. He suddenly waved it and a golden-colored energy pillar immediately shot out. An incomparable sharpness easily cut through the empty space and arrived in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. The frightening aura that it contained caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily feel shocked despite his mental fortitude. This old fellow was definitely an existence that few could match even among the Origin Emperors. Fudu Hao was definitely the strongest Origin Emperor Xiao Yang had ever seen. Golden Elephant Mantra, activate. Xiao Yang let out a loud cry in his heart. His body suddenly shook and a sparkling golden light immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body. His 5 fingers were once again clenched into a fist. A frightening force caused the invisible empty space to emit a ka sound. Immediately, he suddenly threw a punch forward. A turbulent and surging strength wildly poured out. The next moment, an earth-shaking buzzing sound appeared. An invisible energy storm flattened the entire courtyard in the blink of an eye. That energy pillar also disappeared with it. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A stooped figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yang. The staff in his hand was like a blade, and he ruthlessly stabbed forward. The attack was fierce and overbearing. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the staff landed on Xiao Yang's chest with a clang. As the sparks flew, an obvious crack appeared on Xiao Yang's golden elephant mantra. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang's expression changed drastically. Fu Duhao was definitely the first person in history to be able to damage his golden elephant mantra with just one attack. HMPH, Golden Mountain Blade, breaking golden body. It couldn't be more suitable. Fu Duhao curled his lips and sneered. The withered hand that was holding the staff suddenly twisted, and the wooden staff in his hand turned into a golden blade in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Fu Duhao's hand that was holding the handle of the blade suddenly loosened. His palm violently hit the end of the handle of the blade. With a cracking sound, Xiao Yang's golden elephant mantra, which had always been successful, was shattered. Chapter 1298. The moment the golden body was broken, Xiao Yang hurriedly gripped the blade with both hands, stopping the blade from sinking into his flesh. His expression changed rapidly as the Genesis Chi in his body rapidly gathered. He had clearly underestimated the old man's strength. The latter's tyrannical metal attribute was far beyond his imagination. Xiao Yang, if this is all you have, the old me can only tell you that it is likely that you will not be able to keep your life today. It has been a long time since I have truly fought. Today, I will use you to exercise my muscles and bones. Bu Tuhao smiled coldly and released the golden blade in his hand. As he retreated, a surging aura rose from his body. Bu Tuhao's originally stooped body swelled rapidly at this moment. In just a few breaths' time, Bu Tuhao's body had grown several times larger than before. He had turned into a giant. You're not the only one who can use the golden body. Xiao Yang, try my heavenly dipper body. Fu Tuhao's enormous body disappeared from the spot in an instant after his deep laughter sounded. The next moment, he had already appeared behind Xiao Yang. His 5 fingers were pressed together as a palm violently smashed toward Xiao Yang's back. Xiao Yang's face was covered with a deep smile. His large body had already disappeared. Boom! Space exploded, and Xiao Yang's figure faded away. The golden blade fell to the ground and was once again grasped by Bu Duhao. Bu Duhao abruptly looked towards a certain spot in the air, where Xiao Yang's figure had appeared. Hey! No wonder you can fight an Origin Emperor expert with the strength of a peak Origin King. So it's because of your speed. However, speed alone isn't enough to deal with me. Fu Tuhao immediately waved the golden blade in his hand after his voice sounded. The blade glow flashed and swiftly hacked toward Xiao Yang's body. At this moment, Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless. His body flashed and he immediately unleashed the giant elephant skill. His body also transformed into a giant metal giant in the blink of an eye. His large hand was violently rubbed and a fierce flame agglomerated into a large fire ruler between his hands. The giant ruler spun, its broad blade continuously shattering the blade light that shot towards him. At the same time, Zhu Yuan's body swooped forward. As he arrived in front of Bu Duhao, the flaming ruler in his hand collided with the golden blade in his opponent's hand. Clang 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 clang, there weren't any fancy moves. The collision between the two of them was like 2 spinning tops. As they spun around, sparks flew everywhere. Waves of energy swept in all directions, destroying all the buildings in the courtyard. Many experts from the Boudoir family were standing in the night sky. At the same time, there were also many guests who had yet to leave. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise as they watched the intense battle in front of them. The two of them, who had been talking and laughing a few hours ago, were now fighting to the death. However, this also made many people gloat. Most people had a disgusted attitude toward the Futu clan. It was only because their ancestor was too powerful that they were respectful to them. However, since Xiao Yang and Fu Tuhao had started fighting, they naturally hoped that something would happen to Fu Tuhao. On the other side, the patriarch of the Boudoir family, Boudoir Sang, had already surrounded the little fairy doctor and the others with his people. He didn't know whether they had discovered him leaking information or not, but since the two of them were already fighting, Sang obviously chose to deal with the little fairy doctor and the others first. As long as he could control them, Xiao Yang would hold back. Dealing with them would not be difficult. However, the little fairy doctor and the others remained calm as they stared at the several dozen figures standing before the walls of the courtyard. Although the people present were no weaker than the patriarch and the two elders, the strongest among them were only at returnants. It was not difficult for them to deal with these people with their battle prowess. With a flick of his finger, the space beside the little fairy doctor immediately distorted. A silver puppet appeared. Coupled with Bai Hua and Li Bingrui's terrifying battle prowess and her woeful poison body, these people would not be able to do anything to them. My Boudoir family has treated you as esteemed guests, but I never thought that Mr. Xiao Yang would do something like this. Has my Boudoir family offended you in some way? Sang's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw the puppet beside the little fairy doctor. Obviously, he had heard about the puppets of the celestial puppet sect. Silver puppets were equivalent to origin kings. Coupled with Bai Hua and Li Bingrui, it would not be so easy for them to take down these people. You should know better than us just what kind of people your Boudoir family is. If you want to fight, just do it. Why waste your breath? Li Bingrui immediately sneered when she heard that. With a thought, an extremely cold presence immediately radiated from her body. At the same time, a curtain of ice condensed in the surrounding space. With a thought, Bai Hua immediately released a powerful aura from her body. The sharp aura caused the faces of many people present to change. Woeful poison body, activate. The little fairy doctor let out a cold cry. Her 10 fingers formed a seal and numerous mysterious symbols swiftly formed on her delicate forehead. Waves of surging destructive aura swiftly spread out from within her body, forming a large poisonous fog that spread throughout the courtyard. The faces of some of the weaker cultivators swiftly turned black and purple the moment they came into contact with this poisonous fog. Their bodies involuntarily fell to the ground. This Sang's expression changed drastically when he saw the purple-colored poison fog that was swiftly spreading in the courtyard. His heart felt a shock because of this. It was unexpected that other than the little girl called Lian even this pharaoh-like woman in Xiao Yang's group also possessed the woeful poison body. In this way, it would be even more difficult for them to deal with the group of people in front of them. Once they made a move, it was likely that before they could control these people, the battle on their own ancestors' side would be declared over. Everything they had done would naturally be meaningless. Damn it! Everyone, retreat and surround this courtyard. Even if we can't fight, we must not let them leave so easily. Sang scolded angrily. Then, he had no choice but to order his people to retreat. Before he had any confidence, he could not let his people suffer unnecessary casualties. On the other side, the fierce battle between Xiao Yang and Hao continued. Xiao Yang's giant elephant skill was not inferior to the old man's body. However, Hao had the advantage in terms of his cultivation. Moreover, his sharp aura had a suppressive effect on Xiao Yang's giant elephant skill. If the battle dragged on, it would be difficult for Xiao Yang to win. Bang! Suddenly, the purple-colored flame in Xiao Yang's eyes gradually dimmed. It turned into a bright red color. At the same time, the purple-colored heavenly flame that covered his body also turned into the bright red lotus yi flame. At the same time, the golden body that was agglomerated by the giant elephant skill became even more real. Chapter 1299. Bang! Their fists collided, and both of them retreated 100 steps back. The moment Xiao Yang's body stopped moving, a sharp energy pillar shot toward him again. His expression did not change at all. Xiao Yang's body, which was wrapped in the red lotus hellfire, shook. He threw out a punch with the back of his hand, causing the energy pillar to explode. Although your combat power is not bad, you are still too young. The difference in cultivation is not something that can be overcome with strength alone. Seeing this, Hao snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the golden mountain saber once again fell into his hand. The saber shook, and the sharp aura caused the space to tremble. Hihi, It is still too early to be happy. The outcome has not been decided yet. How do you know that I am no match for you? Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled coldly. He took a step forward, and the crimson flame immediately turned into a wave of fire that swept out in all directions. Buduo Hao did not move. The golden mountain saber shook slightly, and the wave of fire was split into two. At the same time, Xiao Yang's body suddenly rushed forward. He clenched his hand, and the crimson flame condensed into a huge flaming ruler in his palm. His body was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Buduo Hao. The huge ruler carried a ferocious wind that caused the space to fluctuate, and it violently slashed toward Buduo Hao, who was as still as a mountain. Under the pressure of such a strong wind, Buduo Hao's body did not move. On his face, there was not the slightest hint of caution when the huge ruler was slashing toward him. A pair of turbid old eyes stared at the huge flaming ruler that was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two of them was only half a foot, Buduo Hao casually took a step to the left. The huge ruler fell, but it brushed past Buduo Hao's shoulder at an extremely dangerous angle. This ferocious attack did not have any effect. Almost at the moment Xiao Yang's attack missed, Buduo Hao suddenly turned his body, and a whip kick was aimed at Xiao Yang's head. The attack was as swift as lightning, and it was powerful and overbearing. When Buduo Hao's kick landed, a deep sonic boom reverberated, as if an explosion had occurred underground. It was dull and horrifying. In the face of Buduo Hao's swift and cold attack, Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless. When he used the sky extinction step, he immediately turned the huge flaming ruler. In the end, Buduo Hao's attack still landed on the ruler, and Xiao Yang's body, he took the opportunity to retreat. When Buduo Hao's attack landed on the huge ruler, a powerful force suddenly surged out and blasted the huge flaming ruler apart. The flaming ruler turned into flames that filled the sky and enveloped Buduo Hao. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the spectators could not help but change. Although they had heard many stories about Xiao Yang, he was still an expert in the initial stage of the Origin King realm. In front of an 8-star Origin King, he was still too inexperienced. Humph! I really overestimated you. Buduo Hao strode out of the flames without fear. Although it was a heavenly flame, it had already been destroyed by him. Naturally, he would not take it seriously. Moreover, his Tiangang body was indestructible. Just this little bit of flame would not be able to hurt him. Hihi, if it's just based on physical strength, I'm afraid I'm not your match. Even if it's based on cultivation, you are still far from being my match. I've been an 8-star Origin King for hundreds of years. Even if my cultivation has not improved, I'm still not someone a little brat like you can compare to. Before Xiao Yang could finish his sentence, Buduo Hao laughed coldly. Then, he held the golden blade in one hand and stared at Xiao Yang with a cold gaze. He said slowly, "Remember, you asked for everything that happened today. Originally, I was still looking for the whereabouts of the Luo Tian Ding. However, since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll gladly accept it." As he spoke, Buduo Hao took a heavy step forward. However, after taking 2 steps, before he could take a 3rd step, his body suddenly stiffened. His muscular body immediately felt an intense pain in his heart. At the same time, the old man's body could not help but tremble. His old face also became distorted. This is the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I'm sure you've heard of it before. Its specialty is to burn and devour the body. Even if you have a diamond body, it will not be a problem for you. Xiao Yang softly laughed. Buduo Hao's strong body gradually shrank after his words sounded. Finally, he once again returned to his stooped state. At this moment, the flesh on his body, regardless of whether it was his shoulders, waist, or legs, had been completely devoured by the flame, revealing the dense white bones beneath. Due to the burning of the flame, not even the slightest bit of blood seeped out from the places where the flesh was missing. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Brat, you're despicable. Buduo Hao endured the intense pain that was being transmitted from all over his body. His face was filled with fury as he looked at Xiao Yang. He had never expected that the Tiangang body that he was so proud of would be broken in such a manner. Haha, old sir, aren't these words a little too laughable? You are using the cultivation of an 8-star origin emperor to deal with a junior, yet you say that I am despicable? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang could not help but sneer. There was no reason to speak of in this world. Tactics were just one way to win. If this old fellow could use the cultivation of an 8-star origin emperor to suppress him, he could naturally use the heavenly flame to break through his golden body. If it were not for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, it would not have been so easy for him to break through the old fellow's Qiangang body. Upon hearing this, Bu Duohao's wrinkled old face could not help but turn slightly green. The anger in his heart burned even more. A junior, a mere early-stage origin emperor, dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Xiao Yang was the first person in 1,000 years to do so. Huff, Bu Duohao suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. The moment he opened them, a sharp light flashed in the depths of his turbid old eyes. The space in front of him distorted slightly. Immediately after, he held the golden blade tightly in one hand and waved his arm. The vigorous aura in his body surged again. "Kid, you will pay the price for your arrogance." As he roared, Bu Duohao's hunched body suddenly jerked. He raised the golden blade in his hand, and Genesis Chi frantically gushed out from his body. At the same time, waves of powerful and domineering force rapidly gathered in the surrounding void. In the blink of an eye, the force transformed into dozens of giant golden blades that emitted golden light. Great Tao technique.